Good morning. Give a wave if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
There's waves. I see
There's
waves.
waves? Okay, you see waves. I can. Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody? We still have a few more folks who will be coming in, a lot of on our ways en route, but we're going to keep it moving so that we can be honorable to your time. Our first speaker will be going on at 10 on the nose. He texted me at 7 o'clock this morning, so I'm quite sure he will be on time. I am quite sure that he is going to be on time. We're going to have Reverend Davis, or is it Minister Davis? Mr. Gerald Davis is going to open us up with a prayer, and then we're going to get started. Really, just want to thank you guys for coming. I know that the topic is personal to you because of your businesses and your passion and what God called you to do. So I'm glad that you took extra steps to help to get you where you would like to be in those respective businesses. I'm going to let Mr. Gerald come.
Amen. Let us pray. Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for all that you're doing for us in our lives, God. First of all, God, we thank you for this visionary, Kawan, who set aside her schedule, God, to plan such a special day, special occasion, and conference to give towards your people, God. Father, we just ask that you bless her as you see fit, God. Bless everything that she put her hands to. In the name of Jesus Christ. Father, we also pray for all those who are here today. God, that you will bless their going out, bless their coming in the name of Jesus Christ. That you will bless everything that they put their hands to, that it shall be blessed in Jesus' name, God. God, that you return everything they gave towards you, turn it back tenfold in the name of Jesus Christ. Father, we thank you for all those who joined in via Zoom, God, that you will bless them at the same time, God. Father, we thank you for this day. Thank you for this occasion. We ask that you take over this place, take over this service, God, take over this conference, that it be a benefit to your people. Father, we thank you. We give you all the honor, all the praise, all the glory. It belongs to you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. You are introducing. This, y'all, he does this to me every time I call him or he calls me. I say hello, and then he goes into his spiel. I told him one day I would get to pay. Not today. I'm gonna pay him to introduce me. So, you're not taking up the connection.
When you make it big, just think of your humble servant.
Okay. I got you.
All right, God, put your hands together.
Every day.
Do herself. The Courage Award winner, the Woman of the Year Award.
I can take it.
The woman, the show to cry on, the woman who loves entrepreneur, the entrepreneur guru herself, the woman of purpose, J2P, relative towards purpose. And we know that she has a purpose in mind for all of us on today. Put your hands together for Kawan.
I mean, I called this man and it might be something important, and I'm like, hello, hey. So one day, we're gonna be on a big stage and he's going to introduce me, and it's gonna be all of that. And I appreciate you, Mr. Gerald. I really, really do. So anybody who does not know me, because there were quite a few people who registered who I had not gotten to actually meet and chat with, and I didn't actually start your nonprofit for you. It's just really exciting because it says a lot about the information. If you saw it and you said that's something that I need, and regardless of whether you knew the person doing the conference or not, you thought, you know what, I'm going to do that. And you pulled the trigger. So I am so grateful to have folks who did that and who thought enough of the information and for who you're called to serve in order to be able to say, hey, I want to learn more and I want to get more information and knowledge in the respective areas. So it is going to be a jam-packed day. I know that it seemed like, okay, that's a whole lot of time, but then when you think about the amount of speakers and the time for questions and the time for people to connect and network as well, it's going to be a lot. I encourage you to get your snacks. get your drinks, your water, whatever it is that you need in order for you to be able to be comfortable. I have plenty over here. We have lunch. She changed the name. It's occasions. They used to be just for the occasions. Now they're occasions. You like that? It's doing our lunch. Whoever gets chicken salad, don't ask for mine because it is really gonna be great. I'm excited for that. We do have, there's 2 restrooms, male and female, and then there are other restrooms on the other side, and those are being occupied. Turn your phones on to either really low, mute, whatever, because we are recording on the Zoom, so we don't want the phones going off. If you are on Zoom, make sure that you are muted. If you unmute to ask a question, that's absolutely fine. And you are welcome to use the chat. I am honored to have Bestie, who's also a phenomenal tech person, and anybody who knows me knows that I am not. This is a teaching moment. I am not a techie, but my bestie is. So we have Zoom in the right place, and everybody is on, and she's handling the chat. So if you guys have a question in the chat, or if you have a comment, feel free to utilize that, network with each other as well. We definitely want to make sure that you are included in the conversation. You ladies and gentlemen do not have to use the chat. You can interact and ask your question without issue. Is Patrick already on?
I do not see him, but I will double check.
I don't know if he might be waiting.
I don't have to.
Turn it on. Okay, cool. See, you know what to do.
Yeah, no, he's not in yet.
Fine. Okay, self-serve coffee bar for those who want coffee, juice and water and biscuits for those who want that stuff. 2 restrooms. Anything else that I was supposed to remind folks of as far as our housekeeping stuff? Okay, so if you don't know, because some of you don't know, why did Juan decide to do a nonprofit leadership conference? I've been involved with nonprofits now. Okay, so Brandon will be 29, no, he's 29 now, he'll be 30 next year. I started this journey when he was 3. So I have only in my adult career worked for nonprofit organizations. I've never worked for a corporation. I was telling somebody the other day, I've never worked at McDonald's, Walmart, Walgreens, like I've never done anything like that. When I was in my high school job, I worked at Dunkin'. I filled donuts. I did. I filled donuts, jelly, the cream, the chocolate frosting. I could sprinkle the best of them. I'm really good, I promise. Matter of fact, for David's, what was it, his book signing,
You were a pro with that.
I did. I was a pro. I made all his donuts blue, and I did blue sprinkles and all kinds of stuff for his donut launch for his book. But that being said, you teach what you know. Even if you don't do it well, you don't do it right, you know it. You learned your lesson. You figured out what was going to work best. And those who see things as failures, they're really true. They really truly are lessons. They really truly are lessons, and we get better because we learn what we need to do and not to do. So as far as starting my own nonprofit, I've screwed up so many times that I can tell you what to do or not to do. The simplest of simple things. How many of you have thought about business and you started a business and you got your EIN number and didn't do anything with it? Yes. Just me? Oh, okay. So some of you have gotten an EIN number and then you didn't do anything with it. You never registered with it, with the state or anything like that. Or how about you did one of my numbers? I got an EIN and then it was a year later before I did the other stuff, right? Oh, okay. Well, see, the IRS, in our mind, we started in, say, 2015 when we got that EIN, and we started talking about it and everything like that. But because you didn't get any money, you didn't do anything until 2016 when you put your application in for your 501. And then you're so smart, you start saying, well, I started in 2015. Well, the IRS said, okay, fine. You started in 2015. Guess what? That meant your clock started. And how many years do you have before you have to file taxes on your nonprofit? 3. So me and them have a misunderstanding It was a truly a misunderstanding. I'm thinking, well, I didn't start until 2016, but all my stuff say 2015 because that's when I thought I was rocking and rolling. Well, that clock started before my clock started. And so my new favorite word is erroneously. Because when they revoked my status, saying I was at 3 years when I was really only at 2, that letter that finally came said that they erroneously revoked my status. So at least they fixed it. How many ways do you have to find? I don't know what you mean, Tara. Explain a little bit more of your question. But what I'm trying to say is sometimes what we think is a fail is a lesson, and that's a lesson for especially those who are aspiring to be. Okay, so now I know what you better not do. And it took me a long time to get that thing straightened out. So lots of what do you call them? Oh, they don't do email, they like giving fax. So yeah, oh yeah, I heard some fax. So you know, faxing of forms and letters and trying to make sure that we got that all straightened out. But all of that to say, in all of the years, 20 some odd years of working with and for nonprofits, I think I learned a little bit. Good morning. I think I learned a little bit. And so I'm excited about helping you all get to that place of forming and norming and being able to operate in your prospective gifts. Is that okay? Any questions for me as we waiting for Patrick to come on?
She said, did I hear you must file the taxes for the nonprofit within 3 years of establishing the EIN or 3 years after I get the 501c3 nonprofit status?
Make sure that you're, oh, I'm sorry. Good morning. I know there's plenty of chairs over here, ladies, for your pocketbooks. Because I'm sure, you know, there's some already behind, and if you don't want to use the floor, that's fine. But there's plenty of other chairs. I know our bags are of the larger variety. Okay. So in order to stay compliant in your nonprofit status, you have, as a new nonprofit, within that first 3 years, you have to have filed at least your first 990. You don't get in trouble, okay, unless it's that third year and you haven't filed anything, okay? Most new organizations, they have like a postcard or a, it's called a postcard, but it's, you need to have, and Shanice will talk about bookkeeping and stuff like that. And I did, in your program, Frankie gave us his card at the end, and he is offering for you folks, not your friends, but the registered people for this conference, he is offering to do your 990s for only $250, which is a steal.
So the EIN starts the clock.
The EIN starts the clock. The EIN starts the clock. Once you've done your state paperwork, make sure that it either is close within. I have had people who come to me to kind of fix up some stuff where we end up just scrapping the old and starting fresh so that you're not now responsible for, I had somebody as much as 8 years. So let's not do that. Let's not have to give the IRS all of that, because they'll be looking for what have you been doing for these 8 years.
I just wanted to share that 3 years, they have to think it's automatic. When your date comes up, they just automatically vote. Right? So
yep.
You might get a letter months later, but you're now on the list where your nonprofit is doing. So just want to share that.
Yep.
Okay, so
yeah, theirs is automatic.
He was too far away.
He was too far away. Oh, that's not going to be good. We need a microphone. Well, we need
They're going to sit there and talk?
Well, they can sit or stand or whatever.
They're going to sit right here.
Oh, Michelle said. Okay. the date is automatic at the 3 years. See, my butt is in people's faces.
No, you're fine.
The date is automatic at the 3 years. So if even if you're doing it or whatever, it's gonna happen automatic at the 3 years. You may get you will get a letter, but it may not be until after that date. Because we all know the IRS will give you something after the fact.
And what's a 990? What's the 990?
The 990 is the number assigned to the actual tax form. When you're doing your personal taxes, you use a 1040 EZ. They like numbers and letters. Well, the nonprofit filing is not a 1040, it's a 990. Set.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna shoot Patrick a text and see where he's at because he should be on.
All right, we're just waiting for our next presenter, so y'all can take a quick break to get us started. So if you need to get some water, if you're on camera, you need to stretch your legs. If you're here, you want to go run grab some coffee, or just meet your neighbor and say, hey neighbor, I haven't seen you in a while. And if anyone that's on wants to unmute and say hi, feel free to do that. Okay, come on.
Yeah. Morning. We ready for you. We ready for you. You're in the program, sir. So
Okay.
we got it all. We all ready. We have your bio. We know you're the money man.
Okay. Are we doing it like that? Is this is good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
You look great. You're fine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We're gonna get started. Yes. Patrick.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome. This is the only man I give some money to.
Well,
This is the only man I give some money to.
I'm excited.
People have stolen money from me.
I'm excited. See, I ain't on that plan.
No. No. And so
Yeah.
any of my clients know that when it comes to grants or anything like that, I will tell you, if you don't have it, save up to get it, because you rather you save your money and get with the right person than spend your hard-earned coins on somebody who's gonna mess you up. So it's worth every penny. I love his process that he works with his clients. A lot of my clients are his clients. The first real grant I ever got was through his work. So I'm grateful that he is here to share with you. Did you email me? Because I didn't see it.
I will email you after. I'm gonna share it and then I'll email it to you afterwards.
Okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna let you roll.
Okay. Well, good morning again, everybody. Let me do one thing real quick. I'll just step away. I'm gonna close the door real quick. 1 second.
He just wanted us to see that profile. That's all it was. He wanted us to see that. Make sure we saw that.
Yes, fine.
I heard that, by the way. I heard that.
You know that was Michelle.
All right, we good? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, good morning, you guys. I am just really happy to be here. Kawan is one of my faves. Love her, love her family. Just good people. So I'm really glad you guys are with us this morning. One of the things I'm really proudful about is just to see her grow. I'm very, very passionate about my journey, and I can tell when people have something, and she has something. She's a gift to the community. She's a gift. And I'm just grateful that she's even thought about inviting me to be a part of today. So my goal is to really leave you guys with some basic information around grants. I'm also, what Kawan was referring to, I'm going to provide you guys, I'm not a theoretical teacher nor a learner. I like hands-on. So in addition to sharing with you guys some stuff, I'm going to send her a copy of a proposal that was funded so that she can share with you guys so you can use it. I really want you guys to leave with some real hard tools when it comes to grants. So I'm going to share a piece of that proposal as we're talking, but I'm going to email to Kawan to distribute to you guys once we finish up. So stop me as we go. I am passionate about grants. I am passionate about the work that you guys are doing. And if I had to think about an outcome of today's conversation, is that in a matter of months, if not a year, that you guys will email Kawan or email me and say, I got a grant. I got $100,000 or I got $50,000 because of this training and what Kawan is doing with you guys. So those are my goals. I'm going to share my screen. If you give me the ability, Kawan, I can share my screen.
Michelle got you.
Okay. All right. Look at God. By way of just quick introduction, I am from Columbia, born and raised. I went to C.A. Johnson High School. I went to Benedict College, and then went to USC for graduate school. My wife and I were married now for 24 years. Pray for her, because she's been with me for a long time, but I do nothing without her. She is everything to me. Last night, we dropped our kids off for the first time to a football game without us. And so it was just awesome, man. It was just awesome just to stare at her because we've been through the full journey together. And she's doing business. She does events. I do a lot of grants and fatherhood stuff, but grateful for her. I told Kawan today I can't stay the whole day because my oldest is 15 and my baby girl turned 14 today. So we got a few things planned for her this afternoon. So I'll leave shortly after I finish, if that's okay, Kawan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So this is a little bit about our services and what we do. Professionally speaking, I've been working with grants and doing grants for about 20 years, a little more than 20 years. I've done about $70 million in grants. A lot of it has been through relationships. So if you write down anything as we're going, relationships are really important. I would suggest that most of you guys know people that can fund you. You just haven't asked them yet. And I want to show you how that happens. We've secured funding from a number of organizations, McDonald's, Chick-fil-A, Wells Fargo, AFLAC, the federal government, the city of Columbia, Charleston, Florence. Most of these organizations want to fund us, but you have to be situated and organized in a way that makes you fundable. So the second thing I would tell you to write down, and I heard this from this guy I had dinner with not long ago. He's a multimillionaire. This guy, was just awesome to be in his presence. But he said this to me, and it made sense to me. He said, people fund what they understand. People fund what they understand. Here's what I mean by that. If your concept for your program has people saying, so repeat that again, what'd you say now? They're not going to fund it. But if it's clear what you're trying to get funding for, they're more likely to fund it. People fund what they understand. So simple is the golden ticket when it comes to grants. 90%, in my experience, of winning grants is following the instructions that they give you. 90%. So I want to start with how grants are funded. So you guys see the picture of this room. In most cases, when you apply for a grant, and some of you know this, but I'll just speak to the common in the room. Most cases, 99% of the time, when you submit a grant to Wells Fargo or to Sisters of Charity Foundation or to Truist Bank or to Chick-fil-A or to McDonald's, it goes into a room like this. Sometimes the room is smaller or larger, but that room is full of people who are considered reviewers, and their job is to agree on your proposal being strong. They look at these things. Did this organization meet the requirements? Like in some cases, a funder will say, we only fund in Richland County, or we only fund in Charleston County. So they're going to check that first. Did this organization submit a proposal that is within our budget? Most funders will say your grant request cannot exceed $25,000. So if you submitted something for $30,000, they're not going to fund you. So this is my point around following instructions. Most funders are going to say the proposal should be in 12-point font, double-spaced, Arial font. So following the instructions is critical to being able to secure funding. Another mentor of mine who I still do a lot of work with for 20 years, when I used to work at Sisters of Charity Foundation, he would tell me all the time, if they don't listen to us before they get the money, chances are they're not going to listen to us once they get the money. So following the instructions is really critical, but I want to make this point about this room. Most of these people, when you your grant, they do not know who you are, not know your community, they do not know the issue that you're trying to address. So your job is to write it in such a way that the person who has no idea about your organization can get a sense of what you're trying to do. So if you say we're in the Midlands, you could have a reviewer that's in Florida that doesn't know what the Midlands is. So you got to be able to say that we're in Columbia. We're specifically working in zip codes 29204, 29203, and 29223. I'm making this up right now. But you want to describe Columbia is in the center of the state of South Carolina. It is an urban setting. We have our first Black mayor, Mayor Steve Benjamin. There are 17 high schools. I'm making this up. But you want to give people details that allow them to visualize what you're trying to address. If you assume that they know you're in Columbia or you're in Greenville or you're in Spartanburg, you're going to miss. So the details are really important. I'm going to show you this example when we get a little further in, but people fund what they understand. Your job is to tell the story that allows them to understand what you're asking for funding for. Okay. This next slide. What do y'all see? What is this? Somebody tell me what you see when you see this slide.
My grandmama.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Community.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. Somebody else. That's beautiful.
I see legacy.
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 How many of y'all spent time doing stuff like this? Just raise your hand. Yeah.
I see women making the most of their opportunity and utilizing whatever tools they have in front of them to get the job done.
Mm. Mm. I love that. I love that. Here's why this picture is important. Beyond everything you guys say, everything I'm thinking about. I like to say, when I sat on my granny's porch after I came back home from college, I didn't use all them technical terms. Are y'all with me? I didn't use all them technical terms. It just wouldn't have connected. And it's nothing about my granny, but you got to speak to the audience. My very first internship when I was at Benedict was at a place called Palmetto Senior Care. It's still in Columbia. My first day as an intern, they had me doing assessments of all the people who came in for their first meetings. And they would ask me to do a couple things. I'd do the name and address. This is with an elderly person. And I would ask them the simple question. I would say, what is 4 minus 2? And that first day, everybody got the question wrong. And these are some high functioning older people, but they were, up in age. And the last lady who was in my session, she said to me, do you mean 4 take away 2? I said, yeah, 4 take away 2. She said 2. Day 2 of me at my internship, I had the same assignment to interview these people and then to ask the same question. The only difference is the next day, every person that came in there, I said, what is 4 take away 2? On day 1, everybody got the question wrong. On day 2, when I said 4 take away 2, everybody got the question right. Are y'all following this? Language matters. Language matters. You have to speak to your audience. So if you are a person or people that like to speak dictionary, like the highfalutin words, and I'm not saying anything bad about that, you're going to miss it. In grants, simple gets you to funding. And there's several ways that you can use simple words to describe teen pregnancy or domestic violence or homelessness or opioid usage or chronic absenteeism from schools. You want to use, I always say, I write typically on a 7th and 8th grade level. Every now and then you'll throw in the words that are professional to make sure they understand what you're talking about. But when you're describing the problem, it's to your benefit to use words that the average person can understand. Really important to do that. All right. So let's go through a list of what funders want to know. And then I'm going to stop and take a couple of questions before we get into some more meat. Here's common questions that funders want to know. What is the unmet need or problem? And it's okay that you have a grasp on it, but most funders want to know, do you have statistics that support that this is a problem? So like I might say teen pregnancy is a problem in my school district or in my community. A funder is not only want to hear that, they're going to want to see some data that suggests the same thing. You need to have something strong to support your argument. So there's 2 ways to make the case. One is anecdotes or stories or evidence from, people talking to people, but you got to have data. You got to have data. So let me just take the screen down for a second. If I ask the question, this is for you guys, conversation. What are some good sources of data? And I'm going to throw one out and then I'm going to give you guys a chance to throw in a couple. A good source of data is a resource called Kids Count. I don't know if any of you guys have ever used Kids Count, KIDSCOUNT. I think it's .com or .org, but it's a website that has data that specifically tells you about family structure, family issues, education, criminal, single parent homes, education level resources in your community. It's a great resource that you can go to. So let me just toss it to you guys. What are some other good sources of data that you can get information?
Can't we get data from Minority Affairs here?
Minority Affairs, beautiful. That's awesome.
I use Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Sheriff's Department, beautiful. The census, would that be good? US Census, they just did one 2020, so the stuff is current. Somebody else, this is not a quiz, so I'm not grading anybody, so feel free to share.
Your school system.
Your school system. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's do one more.
I don't know. What was the problem? Minority Affairs.
Minority Affairs. What would you say?
Churches. You can get
Churches?
something from churches.
I like that.
So let me toss, churches is good. Most funders are gonna want to see things, and this is no diss on churches because this is where I was raised. Most of them are gonna want to hear government, or they call them credible sources. So churches are good, but if you put into a report that, you know, Beulah Baptist Church, I'm making this up, provide you with the data versus the US Census, one is stronger than the other in most funders' eyes. So you want to look at reputable, credible sources. Census, State Department of Education. South Carolina puts out a youth risk survey every year. I mean, all this stuff is at our fingertips. But if you Google youth teen pregnancy in South Carolina, there's going to be a state report that comes up. If you Google truancy in District 1, there'll be a report that's going to come up. So you want to look at government, I would suggest government sources, because those tend to be the most respected amongst funders. Nothing against churches, but when you're looking at funders, they want to see, okay, we need a credible, strong source that says this is a real issue.
I was going to add as well, if in the neighborhood of domestic violence, if you went to the Victims of Crime Compensation Office, that would be a reasonable resource as well, because they have the victims coming directly to them.
Correct. Yes.
We said HUD in the room as well.
What was it, Kawan?
HUD.
HUD, yep. If you're looking to get crime statistics, somebody said the police department, yeah, law enforcement, SLED. Those are all entities that would have the most recent data on crime. If you're looking at domestic violence, I know SCADVASA is a resource in South Carolina. These are all credible, reputable sources that can give you good information. Now, let me tell you one that people don't use, that if you can, I would encourage you to think about, and you have, wherever you are, you have one of these near you, colleges and universities. A lot of them, I'm a social worker by trade, a lot of them have data because they've been doing research projects. So a lot of us don't call because it seems like a big situation, a big institution to call, but colleges welcome the chance to work with the community, in most cases. But colleges and universities, call Benedict, call Allen, call USC, call Clemson, call State, you know, call Morris College, you know, call the university community.
On Zoom who are in New Jersey.
Oh, call Rutgers. I mean, they're in every community, and even your Midlands Techs, your community colleges, they are all collecting research. Most funders, when you're making the case that this truancy or teen pregnancy or father absence or domestic violence is an issue, they believe you, but they're going to feel stronger about your argument if you can show them that you have data to support it from a reputable source. So I want to just pause. Thank you guys for your comments on that. Can y'all see my screen? Is the slide up?
Yeah.
Okay. The second question that funders want to know is who has the need or the problem, who's experiencing the problem. And what that means is, who's the population? And most people will say things like mothers or fathers or young people. In grants, when you're writing grants, it needs to be detailed. You need to say youth between the ages of 13 and 17. I'm making this up, but it needs to have some details to it. The more detail you can offer, the better your proposal. That's why I was giving you the example earlier about zip codes or sections of the community, because you're telling a story to somebody who doesn't know your community. So that's really, really, really important. The third thing that funders want to know is how and why are you, I'm getting some feedback. If you can mute, that'd be great, whoever that is. How and why are you and or your team of partners positioned to address the problem? And this is where this is really important. I know people that try not to show that they've had issues. Like my father was incarcerated. I don't hide that fact when I write proposals. I have people on my team who did not go to college. I have folks on my team that were teen moms. Those are, in this case, if you're working with teen moms, who better to help connect than someone who's experienced it? So yes, you do want to highlight that you have trained master's level professionals and all that good stuff. That is great. But I would beg you to not diminish the people who have not gone traditional route through school, but are on your team. I'm in Columbia right now, never went to college, but if I had to get something done in the community, they can help me do it because they understand the community. That's a line I use very often. 3 of our team members are from this community. They are critical because they understand this community. This will help us to accelerate startup for our program because they have a vested interest and they are trusted in this community. That explains a little bit more why you're the perfect person. I'll show you some examples in a second, but you have to be able to explain how and why you and your team of partners are best positioned to address the problem. So make the case. A lot of us, because we're in the social services industry, we have been trained to be humble, and that's a great benefit. But in grants, it is your time to shine as to why you guys are good enough to do the program. You've been doing it for 30 years. I've said in many proposals that I've been on both sides of working with fathers. I'm a dad, and I've been fathered by a male who was absent for a period of time. There's no book that can tell my story. So you want to lift the things that make you a strong candidate to actually understand the issue. 3 more things I'm gonna stop for just some questions. What is your plan? And you can't say that we're gonna offer this program to youth in this community. We're gonna offer this program on Wednesdays from 6 to 7 for 6 months, so that there's a clear plan. I said earlier, funders fund what they understand. So the more details you can provide, the better. If it's very broad and general, it doesn't help. If it's specific, it's going to give you a better chance of getting funded. Last 2 things, does your budget meet the funder's requirements? And what I mean by that is, in most cases, when you read a request for proposal, most funders will say, here are the allowable things you can include in your budget. Sometimes they will say, even though you're doing community work, they will say you cannot purchase food. If they say you can't purchase food and you put food in your budget doesn't meet their requirements, and they're going to strike you for that purpose. If they say you cannot purchase equipment over $3,000 and you put in the budget that you're going to buy a computer and a 3-in-1 laptop, printer, scanner, that's $5,000, you're not meeting their requirements. When I say that 90%, if not higher, of getting funded is following their instructions, It is that. It is that. And the last thing is, how will success be measured? Like, what are your outcomes? What are you hoping to achieve? 90% of our students will learn financial literacy one-on-one by the end of the 6-week program. 85% of our participants will live in stable housing by the end of this 1-year program.
What does that say? Success is what?
Measuring.
Yeah, how will you measure success? Really important. Most funders want to know that their funding will have a return on their investment. So it's not sufficient to say that we're going to help these families. They want to know specifically what will they gain by being a part of your program or your service. So I use words. I'm gonna give you guys some words like life skills. They will gain life skills, or they will gain independent living skills. You know, and I'm doing stuff with youth or fathers. I will say 85% of our students will obtain their GED upon completion of the program. So I'm giving specifics, it's details. So the more you can be specific with your outcomes, the stronger your application will be. All right. Let me stop for just a round of, what are you hearing so far? Sandra, are you on? Sandra Bower?
Yes.
Talk to me. What are you hearing? What are you thinking?
Just really hearing that, you know, you have to be detailed and really give a detail of your business and really specify what, you know, what you really need to receive the grant. So it's really helping me to know that I really, you know, got to go and do my research and get that data and really be detailed in what, you know, I want in order for me to receive, you know, a grant.
Beautiful. You're about to make me cry. That's what I'm talking about. Somebody else. What are you hearing?
I'll jump in. This is Angel with Liberating Women. The specification is important. Clear vision is important. I need to give you, if anything, my 15-second pitch as clearly as I possibly can without all the gravy. It just needs to be meat and potatoes.
Okay. Okay. Yes, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Yeah. Somebody else.
I just want to share this. Most grants, when you get the RFP, they can be overwhelming. I like what he's saying about keeping it simple. I mean, making it clear. I remember receiving my first grant, and I think we put a lot of fluff in there, you know, because we thought that's what we had to do. But really, wanted it to be clear, precise. What are you going to do with this money? Right? But when you read all the pages, oh, they need this, they need that. Don't let it overwhelm you to the point you're just writing a story, right? That's really all they want from you. So I like what Mr. Patterson is saying, and it's very good for new folks, right? You know, because sometimes we look at the packet, the RFP, it's going to be a little bit, right? So you got to meet all that. You know, I mean, how you say, you got to cover everything in there, but don't look at it as like I read this 100,000 page book to get this grant. So the overwhelming thing I know for new entrepreneurs is a big deal. So
Awesome.
What I also found that was interesting, I'm sorry, I'm just going to be really brief about this, is if my organization is serving women, girls, boys, men in the domestic violence realm, right, from children to adults, right? Each grant may be specific to a specific need. So I don't have to dump all my information or all of what my organization is doing in that grant. But, and you said it very clearly, what did the grant ask you? If the grant is asked, if I'm serving men in domestic violence as well as women, and the grant specifically is for men, I don't need to talk about the women or the children. I need to talk about the men. If the specific grant is now talking about the children, I only need to talk about the children. I don't need to
Mhm.
talk about the women or the men. So that was very helpful
Mhm.
because you don't want to give, you want to be very precise. Although the company might have an umbrella, what branch exactly are you speaking to when you're looking for this particular grant and then
Yeah.
answering exactly what they asked you? And just to piggyback off of what the last gentleman said, I have gotten to paralysis of analysis because I'm overanalyzing, thinking too much, too hard, and not sure of what I should say. So say too much. And then I've missed the audience. You said that. Speak to your audience. Thank you
Yeah.
for the points.
Yes, yes, I love it. I love it.
Hi, Patrick. My name is
Go for it.
Robin.
Mhm.
I have a nonprofit organization, but my problem is I want to apply for grants, but I have zero funds because I'm starting out.
Mhm.
Is it possible to still apply for grants?
You have zero funds, you said?
Well, pretty much it's about less than 1,000.
Yeah. So that's a great question. And I'll respond in this way. Every nonprofit that has secured funding received their first grant at some point.
Yes.
Every nonprofit received their first grant. So they were not, resource heavy. They didn't have a bank account full of money. They started out. There are funders that specifically target new nonprofits. So when I tell you one of the things, and I don't overemphasize this because people misinterpret it, but there is no shortage of grants out here. There is grant money all over the country that you are eligible for. So one of the things that's really important, and I'm gonna use the word alignment, is that whatever group you're pursuing to secure funding from, is that your organization is aligned with theirs. So if you do youth and there's a group that's funding elderly, there is not alignment there. So you can apply, but chances are there's no alignment. They're not going to fund you in most cases. If you're serving youth and there's an organization that's funding youth, then there's alignment. So you have a better chance. So I always tell people, please do not chase the money because you start drifting into other areas. What I always ask folks to do is think about which funders are aligned with your mission, because they really want to fund you because of what you're doing. Most folks are not interested in funding you because you were doing this last month and now you're over here and you slipped in. They want you to be, this is your passion. This is the work that you see value in, and you're vested. You have a history and a deep interest in doing this. So alignment is important. On your question about new organizations, there are some funders, and if we have time, I'll show you a couple. There are some funders that specifically ask for organizations that are within first year and second year of operations. They know you don't have a huge account or you don't have a lot of experience. They're looking to help you get started, as a matter of fact.
Which brings me to my second question.
Yeah.
Are there funds or grants available for construction? The reason I'm asking, I want to purchase a local school from the Department of Education and where I'm from. But the latest information I received was they want to sell the building for $1 million. The building is located in a predominantly Black neighborhood. And I want to secure that building. Is there funds to help construct, to renovate the building, or to help purchase that building for a sole purpose for a community center?
I would say yes, but I'm gonna step back just 1 second. Most people, and that's not going to be a $10,000 grant for what you're describing. That's going to be 6 figures, if not more. Most folks are going to want to know either do you have the experience or do your partners collectively have the experience doing something like this? Funding is it's like giving somebody money. What are the chances that you're going to get a return? So if you can demonstrate that you have the right team and partners and you have experience, and if you don't have it, if your partners have it, they're more likely to give you funding. But I'll say this too, grants typically, which is why I'm so happy Kawan is in the room, grants typically are given to organizations that have their nonprofit status. So if what you're seeking is funding for capital to renovate or expand a property, there are grants for that, but most folks are going to look for you to have some really good experience, because that's going to be a sizable grant in that area for sure.
We gotta watch our time. Patrick, you got 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. All right. Let me get to the last thing I want to share with you guys, which is a real example. Y'all good? Okay. Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
All right, here's an example. I'm gonna send Kawan a copy of this proposal, but I want to showcase a couple of things with this particular grant. I'm gonna read a little bit, so pardon me for reading. When I told you about data and how you make your statement, your problem statement, it's really important that you can share the actual details and support it. So crimes committed by youth, this is an actual grant that was written and was funded. Crimes committed by youth is a long-term issue that is negatively impacting Horry County, South Carolina, specifically the cities of Conway, you see the details, and Myrtle Beach, based on reports from the FBI, US Census Bureau, and the 2018 County Health Rankings and Roadmaps. By not addressing this long-term problem, the following are occurring. Violent crimes increased 32% from 2015 to 2016, and the violent crime rate is 460.7 per 100,000. In 2015, 46% of all crimes in Horry County were committed by youth. So this is giving you detail. You're making a compelling argument so that the reader knows that there's a problem. The Conway and Myrtle Beach area of Horry County, South Carolina, ranked 23rd out of 25 for the worst cities to raise children in the United States. You're making a case. You're helping the reader understand, wow, we have a problem on our hands. This area has only a 45% preschool enrollment rate, a 71% high school graduation rate, which ranks lowest 10% in the United States, and a 65.2% of the population that has access to areas for exercise, which ranks in the lowest 20% of the United States. So all we're trying to do here is to really explain to the reviewer that we have a problem. None of it is subjective. None of it is, I think, we feel. This is all, as the kids say, this is all facts. So you have to do research that allows you to get this kind of information. And how do you do the research? You Google domestic violence in Lexington, or you Google other areas that will specifically lay out what you are trying to address, but you have to make the case. I'll make 3 last points and then I'll give back to you, Kawan. One, in grants, less is more. If you didn't write that down, you missed it. Less is more. So most funders, if they give you 20 pages to write your proposal, I showed you that from the people who, just like you guys are situated right now, most of them are going to be reading 100, if not more, proposals. You want to be the one that gives them 10 pages worth of content because you are going straight to the point. So less is more. The second one is your job is to tell a story with details. Got to have details. If you are just doing this kind of pie in the sky, broad description, you're going to miss people. You're going to miss people. And the third one is, in grants, you never have enough time. Do yourself a favor. Organize your plan. If a grant is due November 30th, you want to try to submit it by November 27th. The only way you do that is that you have a timeline that you're managing the grant writing process. I don't submit grants the day they're due, nor does my team. We submit grants typically 2 or 3 days in advance because that's really important for you to do quality work. If you take a weekend to try to do a month worth of work, I can tell you the quality of what you're going to produce. So you want to put together a timeline to manage your grant process. So with that, I'm going to say thank you guys. I'm going to say God bless you guys. Kawan has all my information. I'm going to send her this proposal that I just gave you a screenshot of. And I would just say, you can win. You can win. I have raised $70 million for organizations. I am not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I believe in what I'm doing though. And it comes across. So I would just say as a last word, you can win. And so I'm looking forward to hearing good news from you guys post this training. Thank you, Kawan.
Thank you so much, Patrick. I'm gonna send out your contact information. A lot of my clients have done discovery sessions with Patrick to figure out what avenue, where they need to go in terms of grant, looking for proposals. And so you can be very specific in what you're going after. Whether you're going to utilize this company to actually write the proposals, you might want to get the help kind of tracking down what works for your company and what's in alignment with you, and using the experts to do that is really, really powerful. So do you know off top what that investment is, or do they need to reach out to you first and you can?
Yeah, I'm pretty upfront. I don't, I hate people come to my house and say something is amazing and they don't tell me how much it costs. That's just not fair. It's no fun. Our process is very simple. Our hourly rate is $175 an hour. Typically, what the grant requires determines how much we charge. So I'll give you a quick example. Earlier this year, we did a grant for a group in Charlotte. It was a grant for an organization that wanted 2 vans, and the 2 vans were $50,000. The application was pretty simple. It took us 6 hours to write it. Somebody do the math on that. And we won the grant for $50,000. So it really is a matter of what the grant requires. We have a client in Atlanta. We did a grant for them last year. It was $4.9 million. It was a federal grant. It took us 60 hours to write that grant. So he probably paid us $10,000, but he got pretty much $5 million. So that's not a bad return on that investment. Most of what drives what we charge you is what the grant requires.
Okay. Can you just take 1 second and speak to what's the most important thing that when a new client is coming to you that they have in place besides, their status? One of you have this checklist of things that you need in order to begin to web together their story. Is there something that make sure you have type of thing?
Yeah, I love these questions, Kawan. The 3 things I would say: 1, you definitely gotta have your letter from the IRS. Funders, they're not even talking to you without that letter from the IRS. So if you lost it, go get it. Have that. The second thing you want to have, if you can, is the involvement of your board. And that's a conversation I'm sure Kawan is having with you guys, because 5 years ago, funders did not ask, but I'm going to ask you before we even approach these people, is what's the involvement of your board? Most funders now ask you a question like this. They'll say, what % of your board members give?
Okay.
I'll answer that question right now.
Your board members give.
What % of your board members give? And they even go as far. I've had 2 clients who said 100% of their board members give. They told me this. The funder said, can we get the phone numbers for the board members? Y'all don't want to, this is not a game you want to play. They actually called these people and asked them, when did you last give? In both cases, thank God, people were able to recite when and how much they gave. But if that had not gone that way, you guys know the outcome of this grant request. So you got to have a board that's involved. And the very last thing you want to have is a clear idea of what you're trying to achieve. Mission, vision, and goals. All of that stuff is typically required for an application.
Good stuff.
Yep.
Thank you. You make my job so much easier.
Do what
appreciate
Kawan
it.
says. Do what Kawan says. Do what Kawan says. Do what
Yeah.
Kawan says. So
You said mission something.
If somebody knows. Talk to you later.
Mission.
Patrick, there was a question in the comment. Someone wanted to know
Mission,
about,
vision, and goals. What was that last part? Mission, vision, and goals?
yep.
okay, there was a question in the chat. Someone wanted to know about the folks that work with new nonprofit.
Oh, yes.
Do you have a resource that people can get, or what's the best place for them to go ahead and find that information?
So I would go to, is that you, Michelle?
Yeah, that's me. Hey.
Hey, hey, sounded like Oprah. I didn't know who that was talking. I would go to two places. One is Central Carolina Community Foundation.
Yeah.
If you're in Columbia, they're near you. There's two names I would give you, and I'm gonna dare somebody to do this next week. I'm gonna dare somebody to do this next week. I'm gonna dare somebody to do this next week.
Central Carolina Community Foundation.
Jamisha Shackelford. Some of you guys know Jamisha.
Shackelford. Mhm.
And Aaron Johnson, ERIN. They are dedicated to helping new organizations secure funding. They are in Columbia. They just moved to where the new baseball stadium is. They give out $15 million a year.
They're the ones who manages business gifts.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dare somebody to call one of them and say, my name is Patrick Patterson. I am a new nonprofit. And I just want to find out what are the resources you guys have available for new nonprofits. I'm gonna dare somebody to do that.
Name, right? You want them to use their name, right?
Yeah.
You know, someone would be like,
You know what? You can use you can say Patrick told me to call. 'Cause I know both of you. Patrick told me to call.
Patrick, do you have any?
And are there any
contacts
resources?
for New Jersey?
Okay, guys, remember on Zoom.
Do you have any contacts for New Jersey, as well as can you give us or send in the chat that list of funders who are looking for new nonprofits to fund?
Where are you in Jersey?
I'm in Piscataway, New Jersey, Middlesex County.
Yeah. Kawan, if you give me her information, I'll send her something.
Awesome.
There's a few people, there's Middlesex, Hudson, and Essex County on here.
Yeah,
And-
I will
and
tell
think-
you.
and you-
Go for it.
Say that again?
You go.
Now, I was saying there's Middlesex, Essex, Union, and Hudson County from Jersey, in the Zoom.
If you're in Jersey, I'll give you two and then we can follow up later on. I want you to Google the Welfare Foundation. Remember I said something about, I met with this guy who was a multimillionaire. He said to me, people fund what they understand. This guy actually runs the Welfare Foundation. They're based in Delaware, but they fund in New Jersey, New York, and PA. The second one, and this is gonna sound crazy, but I want you guys to think about places that you shop as funders. I have gotten my largest funding from Wells Fargo. I've raised $250,000 from organizations that I spend money with. Chick-fil-A, if you like that honey mustard, you should be getting a grant from Chick-fil-A. McDonald's has a foundation. Bank of America has a foundation. If you have time, Google Bank of America grants, Google Wells Fargo grants, Google Chick-fil-A grants. Chick-fil-A gives out almost $4 million a year to organizations. Google Aflac. One of the largest grants I got the last couple of years was from Aflac, which is based in Columbia, if you know where Huger Street is, or the other one that we got a large grant was from Colonial Life. If you're in Columbia, Dominion Energy
No, it ain't. You good.
Go on Dominion Energy's website and type in Dominion Energy grants. Dominion Energy gives out grants at 15. These are new nonprofits. To the person that asked about new nonprofits, $15,000, $25,000 grants. Now they have specific areas: youth, community, financial wellness. There's some specifications in there. Again, I mentioned alignment. If it doesn't align, do not apply for it. But I want you to just list out the corporations that you are spending money with. Most of them have foundations that give. So I'm out of time. I don't want to take up too much more time. I get excited about this. Because I know the outcome of this. If you guys have a plan and you remember the few things we talked about this morning, you're gonna win. You're gonna win. You're gonna win. You're gonna win. People today, more than yesterday, are definitely, I say this, I've been Black 47 years. Most organizations were not explicit prior to George Floyd's murder. Today, they are explicitly asking for minority-led nonprofits. Don't miss that, y'all.
And on that note, Patrick, we're gonna say thank you, so we can stay on our schedule, and you need to go celebrate your baby girl.
Yeah. Thank you. We do appreciate
Y'all.
it. Mr. Gerald's happy because he said he didn't need them his whole time.
My bad.
Thank you so much.
He quite through.
Thank you very much.
Take care, y'all.
Thank you, Patrick.
All right, take care.
I'm gonna email out his stuff to you guys. Whatever he sends will go out to you. You signed in, I got your email. And if you're on the Zoom, I got your email as well. So we're gonna let Mr. Joe, let's keep rolling. Let's keep rolling. If you need to use the restroom, please don't sit here and go on yourself. Just go ahead and take care of your business. Come on, Mr. G, you got it up?
Yeah, so we're going to.
Oh, you're sitting there.
Oh, this, you're waiting on me. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do that while Patrick was. Give us just a minute. Okay.
Oh, you look like.
It'll come to you though.
I agree with that.
Which one is it on?
I'm trying to go computers. Let's think.
Deneeka, my mouse. Second.
Where's the mouse? Me?
Yeah.
No, I had to take it out.
It's not like it. Pull it up.
Oh, I think it froze on me.
Yeah, probably because, you know, if I had it earlier, I would have been able to have it in it ready. I'm just saying.
Okay, hold on, we froze. Frozen. Give it just a sec, y'all. We got frozen. We're gonna work on, so if you want to take a quick break, take a quick break. So Gerald broke our computer. No, it's, let's do,
Yes.
one of the things, you know.
Okay.
You can just hear me and feel me, right?
Here's what we're gonna do. You see this is like now. Can you open it? I'll get it faster. And then open it up from there. Okay, Mr. Gerald, which file is it?
Managing staff and volunteers.
That's what I'm sure.
And I know that one of the things that I have to do is where they were limited to things like those things are true. Because
Now, which email would you send it to?
Jason.
That's the one with the 4,000.
Is that this right here?
No, that's Coach X.
We just so basically I did from their height, their training, and I will help to get their knowledge. And I go back in 6 months and audit files just to make sure. But leaving trainings, because in-house with my consulting, I have everything from the store, CPR first aid. I have somebody.
Yeah, go up there like 25 times.
Down.
Depending on what stage you go to, you're gonna find different.
Okay.
When I moved here.
All right.
All of the forms that they don't have.
I don't know.
You have to. And I'm just that you have required all of my forms for the third time. So now I'm still trying to make that.
Yeah.
Treat it.
You got all the things that
They couldn't be too rude or anything. They had to be a psychiatrist. So, yeah. So, a lot of those sheriffs, like, and,
Okay.
All right, let's go. We are ready. Any speakers in the room? Speakers in the room? No, any else? Make sure when you go into do a presentation somewhere, you don't know how tech savvy people gonna be, so make sure you send your stuff to before. Yes. Everything is learning and teaching today. Y'all here on the Zoom, send your stuff.
Yeah, that's the first slide.
Everything is learning.
There you go. Got you. I got you.
You can start with that.
I'm not even.
Just hit me with a, and I got you.
Let's go.
Yeah, they can hear you. They can hear and see you. If, when you're doing it, can you face this way though?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that way they're not looking at you. Yeah, okay.
All right, so I'm gonna try to face both ways so that everybody can hear me. But I was given the topic of managing volunteers. As we know, volunteers are everything. If you have a volunteer, you really, that's how you do it. All right, I have on the first slide, nonprofit. We all know we don't make no money, but the money comes. All right, the money is coming. I told my wife, if you want 6 figures, I ain't got it right now. All right, just stay with me. All right. So I have on here, make it do what it do, because it's all about you. As an individual, it's all about you. You make it do what it do. The nonprofit organization is really within who you are. All right, it's really you. We don't make it the money, but what we do make is memories. Okay, as we know, they say pictures last a lifetime. You really make the memories of the people that you serve. All right, I've been doing nonprofit about 13 years now. I have called all the time. Mr. Gerald, you remember me? I don't remember them, but I remember my face because we work with so many people. All right. So I always tell people, you will not get paid, but what you get paid in is experience. You can't buy that. The experience that you have, you cannot buy that. So you're going to get many experiences just by the people that you serve. Not only do you help them, but they help you. Your volunteers bring to help you become who you are, what God called you to be. All right. So nonprofit organizations, just know the money is out there, as you heard before. The money is out there. But if you are not the individual that you are, the money is not going to come. You have to represent yourself at all times. All right. So let's go to the next slide. Okay. You are the face of the organization. I heard this before. That is not in the plan, it's in the man. Again, it's not in the plan, it's in the man. You're really gonna drive what you do as a nonprofit organization leader. And along with you, the volunteers. People are connected to you, not organization. We always say that people love a mission, love a tradition. They will not know the mission or the vision without who? Without you. So people, they really connect to your organization because of who you are. The relationship we said that you mean to them. If someone was to say, come on, bitch, they may not know everything she does, but because of who she is, it gets them in the door. Just off of who you are, it gets you in the door. All we need is people in the door, and you do the rest. All right, it's not because the mission, not because the vision. Again, some people, they're not gonna know the mission off top. They're not gonna know it. Guess what? They're not gonna care about it until they understand who you are. And then they get to understand your mission. You are the gatekeeper of the mission and the vision. What do I mean by that is that you either keep people out or you bring people in. How you carry yourself, people come in just by who you are as an individual. You may not know everything in your life. You may not know everything about nonprofit, but because of who you are, it brings it gets in the door. So the vision as well. People are not going to know your vision. How you gonna bring somebody in to run your nonprofit and God give it to you? You can't. And so that's why God gives you volunteers to help you with the vision that He gave you. And then they did carry on that vision, and they carry out that vision that you have. So again, without you, you are no volunteers, because you're gonna bring in volunteers to help you within your mission and vision. All right, the mission and the vision is the foundation. As we said before, Patterson said it, some of you all know this already. Without a mission, without a vision, there is no organization. You just doing nothing. You have to know the mission and the vision by heart. I led in the house for 6 years before Toronto goes. And if you don't know your mission, and if you don't know your vision, guess what? They're not gonna fit. The mission itself, I can tell you right now, had the house mission to transition the lives of women and children, to provide them with hope, to live a purpose-driven life. Why? It's in the vision, to be a recognized leader in restoring the lives of women and children. If you don't know about heart, how do you expect the volunteers to know?
Yes, I want to share. Those were not very long missions or vision. You don't want to make it too long.
Too long.
It's an elevator ride. You don't got a whole lot of time to convey that. So
your mission and vision, this is probably not what I was told to do, but your mission and vision is no more than 2 sentences.
Mr. Gerald,
No more.
when your back is turned, they're
Yes.
saying that they can't hear you.
Okay.
That's the microphone.
When I say your mission and your vision is no longer than 2 sentences. Your vision is 1 sentence. If somebody needs to know a book about that, they're not gonna remember it. So when you think about your mission and your vision, compact it enough to where it speaks to what you do. When I see somebody on the street, they should know my mission. They should know my vision. Why? Because I conveyed it to my volunteers, and my volunteers conveyed it to the community. And when they come into my establishment, they can understand the mission from what I possess. So y'all can see how it's a trickle down effect. It starts with the visionary, it goes down to the volunteers, and they carry out that mission and vision. And that's what you're doing. You're just preaching what you do to the community itself, your mission and your vision. It's the foundation. If you have nothing else, have a mission. Here's what's going to drive you as an individual. What am I working towards? My mission. If you know that that's the base of what you do, that guides you. But when you don't know your mission, when you don't know your vision, you are here doing any and everything, and nothing is sticky. So when you talk about grant writing, not in what I was supposed to do today, but you look at grant writing, if you know your mission, you understand that some grants are not for you. you go towards the mission. People get so caught up in dollars to where they lose who they are. Never lose who you are. When you're leading your organization, when you're leading your volunteers, never lose who you are. Because I promise you, people will always take you to a place that God never intended you to be. Always go back to your mission. If it don't fit my mission, I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't care. But always go back to your mission and go to your vision. What God given you, that is for you. Everything is not good for you. All right. I just told them everything is not good for you. Next slide.
Mr. Hold on.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Gerald,
Yes.
you also, like for me, I have a mission and a vision for my life as well. So that's why I don't go into things that don't line up with
Yeah.
what my mission and my vision is.
Yeah.
So I think that's also can be something we can add to, how am I living my life? Am I all over the place, or am I strategically placed?
Yeah. When you don't have that, you're unstable in all your ways. If you're unstable in one place, you're unstable in all your ways. So always go back to your mission and vision. I have up here that the volunteers and your staff are the bread and butter of the organization. They're going to be the ones to bring people in. You're going to be the ones to bring people in. And you cannot do it alone. No one in life can lead an organization on their own. Your volunteers are the bread and butter. Because once again, they're going to be the ones to do everything. When you mess up, when you fall, who's going to be there? Your volunteers. They're the bread and butter. They're going to make things happen when you can't make things happen. Because you can't make everything happen. All right? The staff of volunteers, they cover you as a leader. We all know it's this thing such as a cover. Everybody has a cover. But who covers you? Your volunteers. You may cover the volunteers as a whole, but they cover you as well. Because once again, you cannot do everything on your own. They cover you, as in when you have a fault, when you have something you don't know about, you bring people that understand things that you may not understand. Like Kawan said, she got her techie person right here. Kawan's not a techie person. So who does she need? Somebody that's in tech. So you already know what you possess. So now when you look for volunteers, look for those who possess what you do not possess. You don't want people that all y'all know the same thing.
That's true.
Then you have nothing. So again, many, as we say, I'm a preacher dog. Many numbers, but one body. Why? Because every member makes up something, but we have one body. When you have one body, you're not all over the place. You cannot bring in people that may not fit the same vision you are. You got to work together. You got to see the same thing that everybody sees. Because when you got somebody that do not see it, they try to get rid of them. Now, y'all do know you don't have to use everybody. You do know that you can fire a volunteer. I have done it before, and I'll do it again. You can fire a volunteer. People say, well, you can't get rid of them. Yes, I can. The same way they came in, that's the same way they go out. But it's all in how you do it. Now, it's all about how you do it, y'all. All right. So, many people, they do not go beyond the volunteer. If you just go by what the person giving you right then, and you never cultivate the gift in them, that's what you're gonna get. Just a present volunteer. They just present. They're just there. They just present. They just sitting there. So you got to go beyond the present volunteer. Get to know their extended family. You got that one volunteer, but guess what? They got 5 people that they know. So now I have 6 people on my team now that can help me with the vision. And I'm gonna give you an example of this in a few minutes. Volunteers, many volunteers, they develop into staff. Remember, I said develop. Don't put anybody on your team and you ain't develop them. Develop into staff. What I say right here, you groom them. You got to groom them. Everybody does not, again, fit the business vision right then, but they got to understand where you're coming from. So you groom them into becoming staff. Many people, they start out as volunteers because they want to help. That's all fine and dandy, but they want to help y'all. They don't want to see you go beyond. You got to go beyond that, okay? So you groom them into being staff. When you can say, you know what, I've been watching for a while. Can you please be on my staff? I see the value in you and what you bring. And now they want to be a staff member. They're not there temporary now. They're there for the long haul. Okay? So again, temporary versus long haul, what do I want? I want someone there long term. Well, we can have some consistency of what we do. All right, so go back to develop. Don't put anybody on your team just because you need somebody. All right. So I have I think my first or second year at Hannah House, and I go back to that because Hannah House was my life, and I loved it dearly. But God called me to other things too. And there could be times when God calls you to one thing, and then there's an expiration date for everything. There's never a time that you do that your whole life, unless God has told you to. All right. So this volunteer project, I say I'm on here, go big or nothing at all. I go big, y'all. I don't need to go small minded. I need to go big minded. When you go big minded, they can then bring you in and say what I can do. But if all you do is go by what they want to do, you'll never get to where you want to go. All right, we got churches that say, oh, just get $30 a month. And if you ask your volunteers and your donors to give you $30 a month, what they gonna give you? $30 a month. But when you say, can you give me 100? Oh man, I was waiting on you to ask me. Look at that. You missed out on $70 you could have had right there because you asking for small-minded things. Okay. Now you can say, you know what, I need 500, but what can you do? I can do 3. There you go. You don't have to go right there. Okay. So with this volunteer project, they started out, they wanted to do a kids Bible study. Kids Bible study turned into something big. She said, what do you have a need for? I said, well, I need a facelift on the rooms. She said, well, let me get back with you and I'll let you know. You go to this right there. This is what the rooms look like. We have dingy behind floors. Y'all know how we do. We just make do with what we got. We had dingy floors. It wasn't about nothing. So we had something. Okay. Then we went go to this side. Hardwood floors, y'all. Look at that. Don't know how much hardwood floors are. A lot of money. But if I was to tell her, I just need you to play with the kids, what's she gonna do? Play with the kids. But I said, I need something big. I did not know that her mom volunteered for Hannah House 2 years ago. Mm. And because of that, the mom said, I was there 20 years ago doing my project. She went back to her people and they said, well, yeah, I think we can fund this. Many businesses came to me and saw what we had when they had much, y'all. But now we got something. Yeah. Okay. You got to start somewhere. So all that turned into renovate the hardwood floors, the next one. They started out with our bathroom. They did the bedroom for closet space, all of that. Y'all, I can't show y'all what we had before.
I don't want to see that.
You know, so you know when you get a bid, you feel good because you can show something. I feel good now. All right. So this was just a start of something great, but you got to start somewhere. Okay, next slide. All right. One of the things that we mess up at because we think small-minded, because again, I just want to start out. I just want to do something. We don't think about predetermined projects. Always have predetermined projects. Because when they say, what do you need help with? What do we always do? Well, I don't know what I need. I don't even know. You just come in and do something. But if you have predetermined projects where they can see where you want to go next, then they can say, okay, I can take over that project. But if you don't have predetermined projects, then it's gonna be then you're not gonna have what you need. So let the creativity run wild. Who do it run wild with? Your volunteers. When you put out the need, they're gonna meet the need. But if you never put out the need, guess what? You're gonna be in need. All right? When you don't put out the need, you will be in need. Put out the need, y'all. You have not because you ask not. Okay? If you put it out there, go big. But I always again allow them to come back to you and tell you what they can do, what they cannot do. But don't always set yourself up to failure and say, well, I can't do that. Okay? All right. You want to have sustainability within your team. You don't want to have people coming in all the time. Then you really don't have a team itself. Okay. So it's really about your personality and the anointing to do what you do. Stick to your calling, y'all. I can't say it enough. If it's not your calling, don't put your hands in it. Stick to your calling. I don't care if all you do is empower women. Empower women. He didn't tell you to empower men. He didn't tell you to go out there and help a woman get out of her situation. Empower women. That's it. Stick to what you do. You want to thank your staff and volunteers. Guess what? The reason why you thank them so much is because you can't give them nothing. You got to thank people. The people need to understand that the biggest thing you can do for somebody is show forth your gratitude. Show forth your gratitude with them. I love it when somebody says, you're doing a great job. Thank you for all you do. I don't need money all the time. I just need to know that you see what I do. You see what I'm valued at. Okay? That's because people don't understand that value. When you understand your value, you understand they may not be able to pay you, but just a thank you is all you need. Such as I give to thee. It's in the Bible. That says I may not have much, but what I do have, I'm gonna give it to you. Okay? Come on, I could never pay her for all that she has done for me. But what I can give her is a gift card to get us some food. If I can't do nothing else, I can feed you. All right? So, such as you can, you give to them. If they know that you earnestly give it from the bottom of your heart and you care for them, give them what you can. But don't overuse somebody and never show them that you don't care about it.
Amen.
Okay? I know many times people say it's the word, no, I need to see action sometimes. I need to see that you really care for me. Okay? I can say I love you all day long, but do I show forth that I love you? All right? I'm pretty sure that good part did her a whole lot. I hope it did. If not, Lord have mercy. All right. Next thing. Allow them to be your ambassadors within the community. They want to show forth that they understand your organization, that they are ambassadors, that they are in the front lines for your organization. Okay, again, like I said before, you cannot do everything on your own. So why not have people around you that can be your ambassadors? They can talk about what you do. Because again, they can go to communities, they can go to homes that you can't go in. Why? Because they trust that individual. They don't trust you. So always have people around you that can vouch for your mission, vouch for your vision. Do not have people around you that gonna be in your face now and behind your back. There they go. You gotta know your company that you keep. Okay, acts of kindness as well. Always show forth, like I say, the gift card example. Show forth your kindness towards them, what they mean to you. You're gonna always keep volunteers because they understand that they're part of your family. Okay, or they're part of your family. Once you get a volunteer, you gotta treat them as family. All right, you can joke, you can call them names, you can do all kinds of stuff. So that's what I do, y'all. And I do, come on now. I have no respect for person. Everybody can all right. So that's how you sustain your team. You got to be able to sustain your team, y'all. Sustain your team. All right. So this is shows our neighborhood. This is a neighborhood watch. Some people don't understand the impact of a neighborhood watch. That's a community within itself, getting behind what you do. Not an individual. I said a community within the community. So she started out with a small donation of items, and she turned into a major donor. She came in wanting to donate little stuff for the women, for the children. Again, that's small, but I need something bigger. I need some money. Okay, so even when I got to Samaritan's Well, I had to prove who I was, because they understand the previous person that directed. Now they understand me. We with a small donation, I had to prove, I had to meet with a group of people to tell them what my mission and vision was, and it turned into a major donor. Okay, then I had to do another interview that they don't tell you the interview, but guess what? Y'all know it's an interview. Okay, they will not tell you we're interviewing you, but they're interviewing who you are, even as a volunteer. Okay, so this neighborhood watch, you go to the next one. As y'all can see, my daughter right here, she is so surprised her mouth is falling open. Picking out up. Okay. Small donor, it turned in, I think that day we raised about $5,000 right there. That funded us a long time. Okay. You always think about the small things, it turned into something big. Okay. If you're faithful of a few things, I'll make it ruler over many. Okay. I might not want to take your clothes. I don't look at your clothes, and they might not even look good at all. But guess what? Thank you so much. And that's it. That's it. Because when you show forth that you care about the small things, because you never know, they may be coming in, interviewing you to see if you're going to take these clothes. Next thing you know, they write you a check. But if you don't take the clothes, you ain't getting the check because you weren't faithful to that small thing. Okay. Next slide. Even in the pandemic, I need some money. Even in the pandemic, I need some money because guess what didn't stop? My bills didn't stop. Okay, so even that, we didn't take any time off. Okay, we didn't take it to, this is a 3-year extension we signed or they agreed to, because they understood the mission and vision of what we had. Why? Staff, volunteers. Without that, you don't have anything. You got to get your staff volunteers. It doesn't matter how the numbers don't matter, but you got to have a core group of you. All right. This. I think this is my last slide. Y'all talk. I don't talk. I'll give it to you and I sit down. All right. Continuing the legacy. All of us in here, we're not doing something just to do it. We want to continue. We want to have a legacy behind our name. Everybody in here ought to have a legacy behind your name. What legacy are you leading behind your name? So that's the importance of existing relationships. Okay, even when you go to a nonprofit organization, there's existing relationships that you must keep. If not, guess what? You're gonna lose them because they don't know you. They're not called to you. So you got to go in, make sure that when you go into an organization that's already established, even your new one, you got to keep those existing relationships because that's your bread and butter. That's somebody's going to say, I'm going to be with you until the end. Okay. We have volunteers that funds that still today, with along with others, that fund our Christmas. She's been doing this since the inception of Penny House, 22 years. Why? The continued partnership that we had. If we showed her that she could not trust in what we were doing, she'd back on out. But because she saw that we do, and this continues to evolve every year after year after year, she continues to give. You have to keep your existing relationships going. All right. I think I'm finished. You finished.
Mr. Gerald was talking about the USC volunteer whose mom used to volunteer at Hannah House, and then of course we ended up with all that amazingness. Just this past summer, we had a group of they were middle schoolers, I believe, that came from First Baptist Church. And it was supposed to be just a day activity for them. They were coming, I think they were coming, it was probably about anywhere from 4 to 6 hours to work in our building. So I had a few projects for them to do. We divided the group up into 3 groups. Some were in the basement, some were on the first floor, and some were on the 4th floor. Okay, so each of them had a leader and they were working in the building and doing different things. They were cleaning, just straightening things out, taking stuff out the cabinets, wiping cabinets down and that kind of thing. It was a plan. They knew what, I knew what they were gonna do when they got there. Because I knew how many people were coming. That was supposed to be said, right? Have something predetermined to do when they get there, right? So when they're done, one of the things that I've learned to do with our volunteers, especially when you have a group that are coming in to do something, is discuss with them who we are. This kid might have been told by their mama to come and volunteer and whatever. They don't have a clue. But when they get to understand what this place is and who we are, well, we stood out in the courtyard and had a conversation with them, myself and one of the residents who was helping out. And I got a call almost a week later from a woman who said, "Hi, I'm so-and-so from First Baptist Church. My kids, I have a son and daughter who were in that group." I said, "Oh, okay, really, we enjoyed them, whatever." Well, that conversation, the kids had gone home and told them about how hot it was up on the 4th floor because the air conditioner was out up there and how it was really hot up there. And what have you. So I don't know if they've been complaining or what, because that's where they were serving that for that time. All I will tell you is that the estimates that we got, they were able to get and put in with whatever they were already doing. And First Baptist did a whole new air conditioning system on our floor. It was $9,000. $9,000 from some middle schoolers who went home and said, "Ma, it's hot over there." It's hot. So you never know. Just like we ended up with those floors and the bathrooms and different things because a USC student went and told their mom, whatever. So you have to get real versed in telling the story of your organization to no matter who it is. If they're coming out to serve with you on your event that you're doing outside of the park, if you are just collecting backpacks for school supplies, talking to people and sharing with them who you are and what you're doing and why you're doing it, you just don't know how that is going to triple and ripple into something major. When I called Christ Central Baptist, Mr. Gerald, it was like, I got it. I had been getting estimates and what have you. And it was one of those things where it just came out the blue and it happened quickly while it was still hot. Can you imagine women living up there? And it was at some point, it was 90 degrees up there inside, and you cannot open any windows. Wow. Okay, but if you need a place to stay. But all I want to make sure that you walk away with this is that your volunteers are also, they're your people capital, but they're also resources. So make sure that you are tapping into those resources by just simply sharing who you are and what you do and what your needs are, okay? Because they may not, this might be just somebody coming to fold some clothes in your boutique or bringing you that bag of clothes, but someone else connected to them may be able to have something that you really need, okay? Thank you, Mr. G.
Questions?
All right, we're gonna keep rolling. Well, he's gonna be here.
I missed a large part of your presentation. I wanted to know the benefit and probably like the contrast between having an executive board and an advisory board. I'm starting out a nonprofit for mothers of sons.
You want to do that, or you want to do board stuff like this? Is volunteer stuff.
Yeah, well, I was asking the difference between the boards. So what would be the difference, I guess, between the advisory boards and the volunteers, or are they one and the same?
All of your board, no matter which board they're on, advisory or executive, are volunteers. Because there's no other way to put it, because you're not paying anybody to be on your board. No one is paid to be on your board. That is illegal. No one is paid to be on your board. No one is paid to be on the board. If you are paid, then you are staff, and you are not a board member in any kind of way, advisory or executive board, period. Your IRS paperwork, you said, you know, and the people who say yes for board are gonna be paid, their application is denied. Okay, so you cannot legally pay. Well, if you are a for-profit corporation who are doing shareholders and that kind of work, then that's different. It is not a nonprofit organization, but as a board member for a nonprofit, the role of the board is to sow into the organization and undergird the mission of the organization.
Amen.
So those folks who are on the board should actually be sowing in, okay, they should be paid to help the organization. If they do not have the financial resources, and my bills have always been where we put it, we put something in. Okay, so in order to do this. So if they do not have the financial resources, there are other resources that you should be working out with them that they are bringing to the organization. And hopefully your coach is helping you to be able to do that.
Amen.
Yeah, but we're gonna hit that later on, but, you got the evaluation, they should put them aside. Put down the side, don't mind. Put down the side. I want to come back, I don't want her not to bring it back, I want to come back.
Y'all know what I did with this Gerald. Look at your wife pulling the shit out.
Y'all, that's way too much, y'all, that's way too much.
I appreciate you. Our next presenter is here. This is one of my, I call him one of my text buddies. I appreciate this man so much. James Shaw is, the Honorable James Shaw is an attorney at law. But he is my friend, and he is an attorney here, and he does family stuff, civil stuff, criminal stuff. But most of all, he answered my question.
Yeah. For free.
For free. That's called relationship.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That's called
I
relationship.
would never charge.
Now, when you call him, don't be trying to act like you want. I'm just saying.
We are, I
Don't be
was
trying to
about
act
to
like
tell
you
you.
want.
Yeah,
But
so
what
this is the camera.
the point
Okay.
that I
So
want to make is
if you
that
can get that way,
the-
kind of like where he was
the
standing.
Catch me.
Yeah,
are
it'll
folks
get
that I
you. Yeah.
know and have relationship with.
So.
Okay, so as you're building your company, it started with Patrick saying,
You
it
talk.
started
Keep
with
going.
Mr. Gerald
Right
saying.
there. You stay in that area
Mr. Shad's
there.
what I'm talking about.
And then
You have to have relationships with the people that you're going to meet. Okay,
Right.
it's a hurting feeling when I have a woman sitting in front of me who has a question, something about family law or whatever, whether it be child support, visitation, all those different things. I have somebody that I can shoot text to real quick. Do you have that? Do you have what the people who are coming to you are going to need? If you're serving folks, do you have what they need? And if you don't personally have it, do you have access to it? Because I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. I can't, and I'm not going to tell you, you know, because then you're gonna be like, well, why you tell me? No, we're not gonna do that. I'm gonna ask the attorney. He's gonna give me something general to give to you. And guess what? I'm gonna send you also his name and his number and email so that you can also book a consultation. Okay? All right, Mr. Shaw, you give them.
Yeah, we might have some technical.
They can see us. Y'all just can't see them real right now. I don't know why all of a sudden it stopped showing on here.
Yeah,
Oh,
because I like being interactive.
yeah.
So we got some virtual folks.
Mhm.
I'll talk while they're working on it.
Yeah.
We'll streamline.
We're gonna grab and bring it back in here, so we're gonna talk through, because we got a lot.
Yeah, there's working much.
Yes.
But you will be on that.
Yep, so we're gonna walk into my space.
All right, so good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I have my bio in there, so I'm not going to go over that. Just very quickly, I'm James Shad. I have been in the volunteer space since probably 6 or 7 years old, when my mom, Maureen Davis, who was on the Boys and Girls Club, Big Brothers Big Sisters, would take me to the galas that they would have. She would make sure that my brother Corey and I, y'all know CJ, that we had our etiquette correct, that we had the knife and fork and all of that. I was there for a good meal, Little did I know she was exposing me to what it means to give back. Because to whom much is required, given is already required. So what that means is God has blessed us with a gift, whether it's for profit or nonprofit, and I give back to God to give it to his people. I'm a Christian. I hope that doesn't, I don't care if it offends you, like, but, and so I know that it's my obligation to help my fellow man. I just happen to do it in this space as an attorney, but my mother ensured that I always gave back, and there was always people who needed something. So again, that was in the Big Brothers, Big Sisters. But what she also was showing me was that there was a lot of people who didn't look like us that cared about people that did look like me. I was fortunate to have my mother, who's a single parent. Not everybody has that situation. And so the greater the need, the greater it takes for volunteers to assist. So very quickly, I've served on several boards, nonprofits. As you said, not a paid position, it's never that. You're giving out of your heart, you're giving out of your pocket, and some of the gifts that you were blessed with. So I'm just going to say very quickly, so please write this down. Very quickly. If you are unable at this time, because I know we have new and aspiring entrepreneurs, if you are unable to set a line item in your budget for legal, okay?
Yes, sir.
Because for-profits do it all the time. And I'm glad that I'm actually able to give access to folks who are these large companies that have these budgets, that we do retainers, that sort of thing. But you have not set a line item, not able to do so. When you are able to do so, do it. Something will come up and you need to be able to have those funds already dedicated. If you're unable to do it, the second thing that you need to do is be strategic, and I'm sure some people already know this. Have an attorney as a volunteer on your board. Okay? Now, when I first started out, I said, hey, yes, you can, go and serve, whatever. Just be very careful that you're not the legal counsel for them, but things that will come up in the meeting and who they're gonna turn to. Well, James, what you think about this? And so, well, hypothetically speaking, if I was your attorney, I'd say blah, 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 blah. It's just an easy, strategic way to get that information out so that you'll know that you don't need to walk over these legal minefields, okay? But if something is serious enough, and I was on your board, I said, hey, we need to get someone who has that gift, who has that specialty, and at least have a consultation with them, at least have a conversation so that you can know what you need to do. I don't want anybody to believe that just because it's a nonprofit, that it's less important than a for-profit company. Because I will tell you that in this litigious society that we have, first of all, that's the next thing. Have insurance, have all the insurances that you need, whether you own a building and you need to make sure that you have to cover any property, people might get hurt. You are employing some folks, so your staff, just like any other staff in any other company, that's how you need to view yourself as a company. They will sue you. They will say that you have discriminated against them for whatever reason, even if, and I see we have mostly Black female, even if it's a Black female staff person, they may say that you are racially discriminating against them, or that there's gender discrimination or what have you. If they feel like they can get a meal ticket with you, they will do it. Don't believe that because you may have a staff of one, the executive director, because this is your baby, your dream. And I believe you got to be careful with volunteers, because no, they're not paid staff, but they still are working under you. And so you have an obligation to take care of them and treat them fairly, because the federal government says that you have to do so, and the state government says you have to do so. So even when you have those situations, folks will come to try to do a money grant. So just because you don't have a large budget, I'll give you two quick examples of nonprofit organizations that got into legal hot water, and they're either barely hanging on or they're non-existent now. Now, I don't know if you all remember, at least locally, there was some organization, I believe it was around when the flag was coming down And there was some organization, I don't even recall the name, I'm glad I did, because it was some racist group. It wasn't the KKK, but it was some other group. I believe they were out of Charleston. And they had done something wrong to this lady's son. She ended up suing them, and she literally brought them down. Her attorneys actually took the case on pro bono, and they bankrupted this organization, which was great because their motives weren't good. You know, it was literally an organization created just to drum up racial strife. And so thankfully they were bankrupted, but it was by lawsuit. They were a nonprofit organization, so they were subject to lawsuit. If you don't have all of your ducks in a row, I don't know if you all have heard, but the NRA, that's a nonprofit organization. It may seem like a company because it has, you know, thousands of members and it has millions of dollars that come in and go out. But the sister, who is the Attorney General for New York, has sued them, and they're just about bankrupt now because she has taken them through the ring because they did not do what they were supposed to do. Rightly so, in my opinion, my personal opinion. And so therefore, they're at least not as big as they used to be, and they don't have as much impact, influence as they had in the past. But if those large organizations can be brought to their knees, all it takes is some lawsuit. It can take a lawsuit just to be filed that will take you out emotionally and financially, to have to hire an attorney and go through litigation and discovery and depositions, where you may just say, I don't even want to do this anymore. And that's the worst thing that you can have. But if you do everything that you need to do on the front end to prevent those things from occurring, and have a good attorney that can fight for you, to fight for your dream and to protect your dream, you will do very, very well. So while we have our mission, we have our vision, and we want to carry it out, and it's feel good work, just know that there are vultures that are ready to take you down. You have to look at it that way. If you have a legal advocate that's going to assist you, get them as part of your budget, pay a retainer to them. And a retainer means I know that whatever I need, you're going to be available. It's not, here's the thing about retainers. Retainer, you pay it, call me anytime. You need me to write a letter, you need to file a lawsuit. You already got me. As opposed to, on a case-by-case basis, you call me up, I want to charge you. You call me, you need me to write a letter, I'll charge you for that. And so that money adds up. And so it's up to you. You might feel I don't really need someone that's, on a retainer. I just need to do it as needed. But then you might look back at your last year's budget and how you talk. You might say, you know what? I think I'll do a retainer this time. It's better to have it and need me than need me not have it. Okay. And I'm just saying myself, because I love to do business with you, but there are plenty of other attorneys that can assist. And again, we treat you just like a for-profit business. Our bills need to be paid too. Okay. But I mean, it could be something literally as simple as reviewing a contract that you're going to engage in, or some operating agreement. Maybe take a review of how things are going with the board, and assisting in changing the bylaws of the board, but making sure that you have all those structures in place so that you can go out and do the work and carry out the mission. And you know that you got peace of mind because everything is right on time. Okay. I don't know what the time is, but any questions? Because I wanted to be I really wanted to be interactive. I wanted you all, but I'm still going to take y'all through the next time. Yes, ma'am.
What's the average retainer?
What's the average retainer that she has? There is no average. There is no average. Now, if you ask me, what do I start my retainers at? $2,500. Then I pretty much go and get $2,500, $5,000, $7,500, and on. I can't tell you that that's average. But one attorney charges based on their years of experience may be different from others. Yep. You had your hands up here.
No, I was just listening to her, but
Okay.
well, now that you asked, but you said start
Yes,
at
yeah,
2,500.
go ahead.
Are you, so the 2,500 represent that for yourself, correct? For your service?
That's what my firm charges. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And that retainer is for how long? A year? Is it how long? 6 months or
A year.
a year? Okay.
And what some folks will do is, we had used it, and you say, all right, we just carry it over to the next
Okay.
So by not using it, what does that entail? Like, so if I call and say, maybe I ask 10 questions in that video. And
Oh,
I pay
okay.
the $2,500.
Very good question. The retainer is $2,500. My hourly rate is $300 an hour. So for the time that I'm spending with you on those 10 calls, I'm tabulating that and I'm applying that against the 2,500 which you paid. So maybe at the end of the year, now it's down to $500.
So would that carry over into next year?
If you like things, you may say, I don't want to use your services next year, give you back $375. Or you may build a retainer back up to $2,500.
Right.
So that would be good for next year.
James, there's a question from the Zoom. What are your thoughts on retaining a private attorney versus a prepaid legal service attorney? I mean, we know what your thoughts are, but if someone is
So
what's the benefit?
so I'm
per
gonna answer
se?
that twice.
Okay.
I mean, in two ways. For some people, prepaid works because they don't need that much legal work. And so, so it's insurance. It really is. You pay the premium every month.
Right.
But what do you get for it? So the person gets arrested, the insurance company, the prepaid folks, they really have one law firm that they work with, as I think it's still the same in South Carolina. And that firm will do just enough. They'll write a letter and then they say, you've exhausted all the premium that you paid with that one letter. So now, of course, you need more because you've got court appearances coming up. So they'll say, well, we don't handle that because they don't do criminal. But we have a list of attorneys that we can send you to. Now, when I was at another firm, we worked with those folks and we agreed that we would reduce our normal fee for this type of case. So that would give those persons, a discount, which is a benefit of them doing prepaid. And then we worked the case. Now, my old firm, we would do everything that we needed to do. But I don't doubt there are other firms that will agree, oh, sure, I'll do a reduced amount. But you don't know what my regular fee is, so I'm gonna say that it's discounted and I'll still charge you full rate. You don't know, you're none the wiser. Or, yeah, I may discount it, but I'm gonna give you discounted work. Okay, I'll just do a minimum because you're not my clients. I'm not gonna say it's a racket because it does work for some people, but I've had so many folks who tried the prepaid way, they realize they reached their limit, and they're still coming to me. And of course, I'm paying, I'm charging my full amount because that's what it requires. And they've kind of wasted whatever they paid for the entire year prepaid, as opposed to just going, talking to, a private attorney and just going from there. And then you save whatever premiums you paid in prepaid. So, but like Juan said, it's all about relationships. Become friends with an attorney at some point. Even if they don't handle it, we have a small network. We can put you in the right place for that. Good question. I think there was a young lady over here.
I was gonna pretty much similar. I was gonna say, is it 25 up front, or do you make payments if you need you? I was gonna say pretty much the same thing you just asked. So.
I'll say this, for my for-profit companies, they need to pay the full amount, the 2,500, okay, out the gate. If they don't have it, I understand. Once you get it, then you can get the overtime and we can go from there. But for-profit, I'll work with on that because they may not have the funds just to knock out 2,500. So we can work on that. Something like paying half of front, make payments as we go. Because you might not need me, until later. And then you built up that retainer. Yeah.
But I would also suggest that with that $2,500 retainer for James, when, like you said, it should be aligned in your budget for your nonprofit, but also with your directors and officers insurance that you're doing for your nonprofit. These are organization expenses that should come from your board.
Absolutely.
This is why the paying board. If you are sitting on a board for an organization, who's supposed to pay for the insurance and the attorney but the board? So if they're not paying into the organization and helping to support and undergird the mission and the values of the organization, where is this money supposed to come from?
Now, when you say, hey, you mean that board should be donating to?
Donating, sowing into the
Yes.
organization,
Okay, right,
yes.
so it into the organization.
Yes.
Right, right. But we could look at it as paying. Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
well,
I totally agree with that. And I guess I'll go to the board part later, but no.
Mhm.
Board absolutely 100% need to give.
yes,
That helps when you go out to giving organizations, foundations. That's one of the first questions they're gonna ask.
yeah, that's
Yes.
Patrick already told me.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's your board, that's your, you know, what's the percentage of your board giving? They might not take your word out, but they want to look at your financials and see.
Man, he gave an example, they called people.
Okay, very good, they follow,
Yeah.
yeah, they did their own homework, because they're investing in you, and they want to know if you have buy-in from all, yeah, absolutely. And then, of course, some, like attorneys may decide to donate some of their services.
Right.
And,
But
and that's
that's also
in-kind
in
donations, right?
And
in-kind
those in-kind donations, so if James is saying, hey, I'm gonna donate, 5 hours of service or whatever, that $300 an hour, it needs to be calculated, that $1,500, there's a piece of paper that he's gonna give you saying that that's what it's, and that's in your budget as an in-kind, but the numbers are still calculated.
And of
Okay.
course, you return, which sometimes that's an incentive for a donor.
Mhm.
You're gonna give me something that I can give to the
Okay.
IRS to,
That's right, it's a
to
tax.
help me out. Yeah, it's a tax.
James, what states are you licensed to practice?
I'm
in?
only licensed in South Carolina. Okay, yes, just South Carolina. Yes,
Do you, okay, thank
yeah,
you.
that's it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I don't know if I guess it's a board question, it might not be, but how do you say go about for someone who just started a nonprofit or just getting into it? How do you go forth? Because I know Mr. Gerald was saying, make sure you market yourself and people know who you are. But how do you go to, like for instance, for me, how do I come to you and say, I want you to be on my board? But you don't know me, I don't know you, but you suggesting that a lawyer be on your board, or because you can't just always just go up to, I guess, people.
Why not?
I mean, you can.
No, seriously. No.
Like you have to
no,
know, I mean, like you have to
ma'am.
know,
Have to
Ma'am.
tell the story.
Ma'am.
Yes.
What's your name?
Talon.
What do you do?
I have my nonprofit is Period Heart for teen moms.
What does that mean?
It is for teen moms that feel as if they self-esteem are low, they create shame in them. When you become a teen mom, the community and the church, they talk about you, they whisper about you. So it creates a self-esteem problem within yourself. So I want to help women, teen mothers with basic needs for their children. Because as teens, you can't work, you can't get a job, and then you depend on your mother who may have other children. So it's kind of like a burden on the family. So I want to help create, a safe space in teens that go out here and have children, and no one's perfect, and I don't want them to be ashamed, basically, that talked about in the church and put down because of the choices they made. It's not the best choice, I'm not overruling that choice, but it happened, and now we need the support from the community to help them be better within themselves, to become lawyers and become doctors, to go forth with their dream.
So I heard the passion in your voice. Clearly, this is what you want to do.
Yeah.
And you need help in terms of a board and fundraising and all of that.
Correct.
Okay. Did you know that in addition, as part of my practice, I serve as an appointed attorney with DSS to assist abused and neglected children. I represent oftentimes the families of those mother and father who might have been accused of it. Did you know that this week we had a meeting, the hearing's going to be next week, where I'm representing as the guardian ad litem. I was appointed as the guardian ad litem for a young mother. And this was interesting. She is 16 years old. Her mother passed away several months ago, but she's kind of been homeless. And so we've got to try to figure out who's going to care for her. But in the meantime, she ended up getting pregnant, had a child. And so now not only am I the guardian for her, but I'm the guardian for her because she can't really care for her baby at this time. But there are other lawyers like me who represent teen moms who are in the DSS system, and there's a list of us that you could easily find out who these attorneys are, who clearly, the reason we're doing this work is not for the money. It's not, matter of fact, I didn't even charge the state for this. I just decided I'm just gonna do this. So there are a list of attorneys, really, really good attorneys that I know that have a heart for just helping families, South Carolina families, including teen mothers who may have some time that they can volunteer and serve. And who knows? They may even say, you know what? Tell me your name again. Okay, I know Miss Tawana, who actually has an organization, Judge, that we could actually send this young mother to, so that we can help the whole child. That's what a village is about. So it's just about relationships, the connections that you make. I don't believe it's by accident that Kawan asked me to come speak today, and here you are, and I just had this teen mother. And there's more people like us, okay? Now, I can't serve on your board. I have to say no. I have to say no. But I know some other lawyers that may be interested. So it's just a matter of meeting someone. Instead of worrying about the how, you just do what you need to do in creating the story that you just gave to me. And you never know who in this room heard what you just said that may also.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate it. I don't think about it. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for me? What time?
12:08.
Okay, but it's a working lunch. All right.
It's a working lunch.
Yes, all right.
You gonna stick around for a minute?
I am, I just, maybe y'all already going through it. Did y'all go around to talk about what you all do?
No, we have not.
Oh,
We're gonna do that
Because I was
later.
hoping to do that, but I didn't have enough time. Because not only do I want to know it, you all should be comfortable in sharing what you do. It's your elevator pitch. Talk about it in business, but it's business. So you should be able to do it because the impact that you make in that 60 seconds could mean thousands of dollars.
60 seconds or 30 or less.
Or 30 or 45 seconds. Yes, yes.
60 is
Absolutely.
max. If you're talking longer than that, talking too much, they don't hear you anymore. And if you repeat the same thing over and over again, they don't hear you.
I think we have a question from online. Angel, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the information you shared. You just offered a resource that you connected with in this last story you shared with the teen mom. So if you can help clarify, I'm in New Jersey, and I know that Michelle's going to talk with Kawan later. Maybe you can have some referrals for New Jersey attorneys, but in the interim, where can I look for these attorneys who might be offering pro bono services? I have a couple of attorneys that I know of, and some I've dealt with personally, and trying to get them to volunteer for at least an hour and a half for one of my free programs on Zoom is almost impossible. So how do I now get somebody who's going to now support the mission for domestic violence pro bono, and where would I look to find them exactly? And again, I'm dealing with resources like at my church where I know there's attorneys and I have some relationships with them. But again, I understand they're in it for profit because they have to pay the bills. But how do I find someone who now will give me their time on my board? Where do I look?
Okay, so I'm gonna try to answer them that question because it's a loaded question, but this is just off the top of my head. The ones you already have a relationship with, they may not be able to serve, but they know other lawyers in the community. They may have other lawyers in their law firm that might be able to help. Secondly, you got relationships with folks at the church who are attorneys. They may not be able to serve. I don't know if you've asked yet, but pastors know people. Pastors know lawyers. Have your own ambassadors. Tell them what you do and ask them. We're looking to grow the board and we're looking for a specific person. We need an attorney or a CPA or what have you. Who do you know that you can connect me with and take them to lunch or breakfast or what have you? Not out the gate saying that you want them to, serve on your board. If you have an event that's coming up, just invite them. This is old school. Open up the Yellow Pages book, and find attorneys. But as you were talking, and this is for everybody, because I know South Carolina has it, cheap. I'm sure New Jersey has a list of nonprofit organizations, and somewhere it's listed who's on their board. Some of those have attorneys on there. Some of those attorneys might be tired of serving on that particular board. They feel like they've just run out, but clearly they have served and they may want to serve in a different capacity. Might be, that's just where they are right now. So, and I know I'm saying attorneys, but there are plenty other professionals that I think you need to be looking at, because that may open up a whole different, area in terms of fundraising, volunteerism, that sort of thing. If some of these attorneys are like senior attorneys and they just don't have time, I bet they got some young associates who want to, like me at one time was trying to get their name out there, because it benefits to know that I'm on the YMCA board or the Boys and Girls Club when I'm a young attorney just trying to get my name out there. It makes sense. I might not be able to give as much, and you might not want that. You want them to volunteer and give time. You use their name for what it's worth to assist as well. But look at some of these more established organizations and find out who they have. And I'll tell you, some of these, especially these large firms, they put a premium. They make their associates not only do pro bono work, but also serve, because they recognize them. And if for no other reason, it's for financial reasons. I'm on the board, and I don't know, there's a counselor who's on the board as well. That might be a referral source for me. So I'm not just cold calling Dee saying, hey, send me some business. But if she sees my work and I have a good heart, because we come into these meetings every time with our executive director, and she knows I have a good heart and want to help people, it's going to be easier for her. It's going to be a natural thing to send me business. So it just works all the way around. So that's what I would suggest. Find out the list, call those attorneys or their firm, and just say, hey, I'd like to offer a nonprofit opportunity to maybe one of your young associates, and let's have a conversation. Some probably just waiting to be asked.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you so
In
much.
New
That's very
Jersey,
helpful.
all my New Jersey
You're welcome.
nonprofits should be connected in some way, shape, or form with pro bono partners. When you go to the New Jersey website for nonprofits, pro bono partners is somehow connected on there. You definitely need to be registered, I guess, with them. You need to find out what resources and what have you they offer. Pro bono means for free at cost, like
Right.
they're gonna, in kind. So you want to have relationships with them. One, and the other resource in New Jersey, and I believe they still have it. Seton Hall University has something called Seton Hall's nonprofit leadership. When I did that class, it was like a 5-week class or what have you. In the room were people representing organizations whose bosses wanted them to go take the class because they learn about nonprofits, because they want them to sit on boards. I'm 100% sure that the law schools in different places all around South Carolina also has every corporation who is all about the social, whatever, giving and all of that. They want their people to learn about who's local and who's doing what, because they have giving opportunities for their staff. They need to be able to identify nonprofits and so on. So there are resources in pro bono partners, Seton Hall University, and I've done things here, Ask the Lawyer, with legal services here, where I had an attorney that came out just literally, basically within her wheelhouse. She answered all these amazing questions from my clients. So you can, for free, find ways of getting what you need to get for your clients and so on by telling your story and talking to folks about what it is that you have. And I'll also say this is reference to getting an attorney to sit on your board. They're not coming unless you got your stuff in order. Okay, when I got an attorney,
But I understand.
when I asked an attorney, now, and this is how I did it in Jersey. You said, how you find? Well, I had got the speed ticket, and I don't know where, how did I find that? I don't know where I found this attorney, but he's a black guy. So after he had represented me, and yeah, for my speeding ticket, I said, hey, my sister's keeper needs an attorney. That's how I did that, okay? And that's, and we had to get our D&O insurance in line and make sure that all of our stuff was straight in order for us to be able to have him come and sit on our board, and he did.
So, you know, get your stuff in order before you go out to these professionals who ain't gonna mix up their stuff in line with your stuff. Because they put their name on the line. They may not be, you know, they're putting their name connected to your organization. As Mr. James said, you can look at big nonprofits on their website. They list who's on their boards. When you go to the Sister Cares, when you go to other organizations, United Ways and what have you, their board members are listed. So their name is connected to that organization. Their name is not going to be connected to an organization who does not have their affairs in order. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
How does a paralegal, can that help you? And if you can't find a lawyer, you just get a, you know, they work under lawyers.
Absolutely. So the question was asking about paralegals. So yes, if you don't have the attorney, you can still have a connection in the legal community with a paralegal. So of course, paralegals don't practice law, but they know a lot. I always say that a paralegal is really like a nurse for a doctor. We can't do anything without them. Sometimes they know more than we do. I'm telling you. And so they tell, where do I need to go? Okay, I need to go here. Okay, what do I need to say? All right, I need to say this. Literally, it's like that for some lawyers. We really rely heavily on them. So they also have connections. They know some of the same folks that we know as attorneys. They have a lot of pull. They can tell their boss, hey, I'm on this board and I need you to stroke a check.
They can.
Okay. So you don't have to have a lawyer serving, but the lawyer still is impacting your vision because they're writing a check. Or they may say, I need you to come to this fundraising opportunity. I need you to come to this gala. I need you to buy a table, you know, and let's fill the table. So that is also giving you space and bringing in and exposing other folks to that. So yeah, use all of your resources. Absolutely. Yeah, paralegal, sure, absolutely. Yeah, they can serve as well, you know, on your board. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure. Thank y'all so much. I do have a call.
I will send out, well, he has cards, right? Can you give Michelle a card so she can type your information into the chat? Two things. Make sure that you are not relying on a grant to run your organization. Make sure that you are not relying on grants to run your organization. Okay? One of the things that came up, he wants to step out. One of the things that came up was that how do you build these relationships, okay? A lot of time we can build the relationships by creating opportunities to share who you are and what you do. Right? You have to create those opportunities, okay? No one is going to seek you out on purpose unless they're looking specifically for what you do. But even if they sought you out, are you on Google? Are you Googleable? Okay. Oh, that is very true. You need to Google yourself, see what comes up. Because if you don't Google yourself and know what comes up, that means you don't know what people see when they Google you, but they're gonna do it. Okay. But if you do not seek out opportunities for you to share who you are and what it is that you do, how in the world are you going to begin to build those relationships and connect with who you need to connect? A lot of times we do that by our events. Events are not just for raising money. Because sometimes you'll put together an event that does not make a dime. You just basically break out even to pay for the event. But what it did do was more people who did not know about who you are, what you do, learned about who you are, what you do. And those people capital, those people resources come through because of you standing outside, passing out those bags of whatever, or you connecting with a lady at a table because you can be a vendor, people. You are a nonprofit organization. I don't care if it's a fashion show. I don't care if it's a formal event or whatever. You can be a vendor. Ask people, hey, you're doing an event. Are you accepting vendors? I'm a nonprofit. Maybe there's and I'm not going to necessarily be selling anything. Okay, so maybe there's a fee for people or not, or a lesser fee for people who are not selling something. But if you don't know, if you don't ask, okay? I was sought out by, matter of fact, Miss Regina came to look for vendor for a domestic violence awareness gala the end of the month. So she wanted us to come and represent our organization, share about who it is, who we are and what we do. And as we were communicating the other day, I said, okay, well, do we need to purchase a ticket? And she said, no, I am purchasing y'all's ticket. You and actually Denise is going with me, because she's sewing into our organization. By us coming and sharing about who we are, what we do, she's giving us an audience. You never know who's in the room, but if you don't go, you don't show up, you don't get that exposure. So events are an opportunity for exposure. I'm gonna let you add. You don't have to jump. So a part of the exposure part is that when you are doing events, if you are not an event planner, hire one. If you like to and you enjoy creating events, I enjoy it. I am not an event planner, but I plan events because that's what I like to do. If you don't do it and do it well, and you don't like to do it, then you will shy away from doing events for your company. So connect with one, hire one. When this lady and I know spoiler on the spot, I told her about 2 minutes ago that I said, listen, hey, you're an event planner. I want to do this. Let's get together. We do this. I just have this thing. I never want to. I just want to stick and move and keep moving. And God will send you the right people to connect to keep that vision and mission rolling. But you have to, if you're not an event planner, hire one. My friend Tina is an event planner. She also has a nonprofit. She's consistently worked with nonprofit organizations creating events. Hire her. The logistics when it comes to events will make or break your pockets. Okay? If you did not do things properly and people did not get a good taste from the event, you didn't raise any money. They went and it was a mess. You didn't have what you needed in place. They couldn't sign in. It was just a mess. They not sewing into that. So get someone to help you who does logistics. I'm gonna move out your way. I know she did not listen. I know that's why you my sister.
I know. Hey everybody, my name is Torres, and I am the owner of She Did That Event. I'm also the CEO and founder of She Did That Community Advocate Foundation. I'm also Ms. South Carolina Plus America 2021, and I'm also Ms. Plus Intercontinental Puerto Rico. Those are my roles. So turn around. Oh,
Yeah, because you straight.
Yeah.
okay. Right here. Okay. So you're not.
Or turn, stand to the side, kind of like that way.
Okay.
Yeah.
This way.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So that way you can see them and they can hear you. But when you turn your head that way, they can hear you.
Okay.
That's the microphone.
So many of you may or may not know, and some of you attended a huge event this past Saturday. Working with Kawan, we created the Purple Gala 6 years ago, and that event continuously goes on, and it grows, so much. With that, we've learned why it's so important to have an event planner, which is what I do. Normally, when people come in, they want to be able to come in, check in, and go straight into the event. And most of y'all witnessed that as you arrived. You came in, we checked you in, we sent you to your table. The logistics of an event is a lot. It is not simple at all. It's not, let's just have an event and let's go with it. You got to think about your attendees. You got to think about what it looks like on the inside. You have to think about how many people are you going to have. With COVID, we've had to go down from 300 to 150 people. I don't know how we still ended up with 210 people in the room. But we did. And so I say that to say that people support you when you are out networking. They support you when they are very clear about what your mission is. We work with families and individuals who have emergency needs, as well as domestic violence. I am a product of child molestation, domestic violence, high school dropout, teen pregnancy, suicide, depression, a lot of things, ever since I can remember as a child. And so it has always been my mission to be able to give back. Living that sister care really helped open my eyes and knowing that I deserved better. And so from there on, I've always just pushed forward to making sure that I get my message out, that regardless of what I've been through, where am I going to go now? And so I want to continue to make sure that we do that. So with the events that we have, we always make it our mission to showcase what you have going on. I was sexually assaulted on March 1st of this year. And from there, we went ahead and started pushing sexual assault. Even though it had happened to me as a child and as a young adult, to know that in my 40s it happened to me again, it just kind of set me off in a different way. And I had to really remember who I was and that I could still be a fighter and that I could still push forward. So for that month of March, March is the month of, isn't it International Women or something? It's Women's Month, right? So you imagine that happened to me on March 1st, but I had 150 who is she that I needed to promote. And it was get to know her. And I still promoted every single woman for that entire month. So it just goes to show that you never know what a person is going through behind closed doors, right? And so that's why we did that thing at the gala where everyone, they came out with handprints on their bodies, because you don't know what they're going through behind closed doors. Oftentimes we get dressed so that we can keep pressing, right? And so that's why we did that. So that entire month, I was very quiet about what happened. It wasn't until April 1st that I made the announcement of what occurred. And so Kawan was the first person, one of the first people that I went to get assistance, but I knew that I couldn't stop. So that's why the gala this year was so important for us to continue to push domestic violence, sexual assault, child molestation, all of that. I was a person, I had a team that helped me put all the logistics in place. It goes from the moment you start promoting to the moment you start taking that money, to the moment people arrive to your event, to the ending result of your event. It's so powerful. The event is so powerful now that we already have several sponsors on board for next year already. That just lets you know how powerful your event can be. When people already, before they leave, say, what can I do to make sure that I am a part of this for next year? The building never, ever promoted us, but because of what we did, they already promoted us on their website the other day. And that had never happened before. So that lets us know that having an event planner in place and having a solid team to help you push your mission when it comes to your events is very, very crucial. It's very critical. And it'll also set you in position to win. We are on year 7 as of next year, year 7. And only because of COVID have we had to lower the number. But because of the theme for next year,
You gonna tell the secret?
No,
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
You won't tell nobody. They'll stay here.
You're gonna freak with it. You're gonna freak out.
no. Because of the theme that I'm waiting for the save the date, but because you gotta be creative and you get with somebody that can help you be creative. And so because we've done it for 6 years straight on a certain way of doing it, we've upped it 100% for next year, totally different. And so get you somebody that can help you take what's in your brain and put it out there for people to see. Because I guarantee you, when you have the right team, the right force behind you, you can do anything and everybody will be there to support you. Make sure you network, make sure you are out there. As a matter of fact, the young lady behind me, I know that has an event coming up on December the 4th. It's so important for people to know who you are and what you represent and what you're going for. So again, my name is Tina Torres. She did that event. Let me know if you need me, and I got you.
So that was one. I said it was 2 more things.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You have a card?
So I was on my way to the beach.
I'll give you one.
And I will make sure you have it.
Got a website, and a website.
I do have a website, she did that events.com.
She did everything.
On Facebook, can they hear me? Yeah. Okay, on Facebook, it's She Did That Events LLC, as well as She Did That Community Advocate Foundation. And on Facebook, my name is Tina Darlene Torres.
She's not limited to South Carolina.
I'm not.
No, she's not limited
I'm
to
not
South Carolina.
limited to South Carolina. We actually, I can make this announcement if that's okay.
Yeah.
The Purple Gala actually hits the highway. It's going to DeSoto, Texas, April the 9th. It is going to Atlanta, Georgia. It is going to New Jersey. And it's going to Virginia. So we're looking at 6 more states. South Carolina's already on it, so actually 7 more states, because we're gonna do 12 galas, Purple Gala, but only South Carolina will have the themed one.
There you go.
Right.
Did you hear that?
That's awesome.
And it's all built around a social issue.
Yes.
It's all built around a social issue. So you basically can create a whole machine that can be income producing for your organization around a social issue. Get creative, get some help. That's one way to generate funds for your organization. The other thing that I wanted to make sure that I talked about. Well, you picked up my plans. Yeah. You did. And you did, okay.
Man, finally. I'm so happy for her.
Products. What do you have that you can sell? You can sell stuff. Okay, this planner was actually birthed from my journals. I didn't put the journals out, but I have journals and relationships. All of my stuff, y'all. I have an amazing team. Anybody who know me, y'all, who's my boo?
Yeah.
Y'all know Danielle is my boo. We recorded, right? So she wasn't feeling well this week because she was supposed to be here. We was gonna have her out the house, y'all. I know, right? But Danielle was coming. Danielle is my boo. Okay. When you have a team, and one of them, not only does she do your graphics and she puts your stuff together, she can read your mind and she can come up, she can put in your hand what was in your brain. You need to be able to work with people that you don't have to say a whole lot of words. I don't know how to tell you I want a butterfly purple and go, and I wanted to have flowers in the background, and I need them to make sure the quotes are, listen.
Yeah.
No, my brain don't work like that. I need a journal, a planner with some journal pages. This is what I said. Use the quotes from the journal. That's a whole, I don't know how many, 30 in there, but it's on 12 months. If I had to choose, there would be people mad at me because I didn't put them in the journal. We're not going to do that. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, have this. No. If you have to do all of that when you're working with people, that's probably out of your wheelhouse and may not be as comfortable working with, for somebody else. I need to be able to give you my bullets and my colors. When I'm going to do something with somebody else and they ask you your color codes, who got that question? Yeah, Danielle, what's my color codes? Because I don't know them, but if I have to but I'll just say, talk to Michelle and Michelle talk to Danielle and y'all figure out what it is that I need.
Y'all figure it out.
Yeah, because that's exactly what we do, because I'm called to serve.
Right. So you need,
And I need people who's going to help me show up properly.
that's good.
Okay, it's important for us to show up properly because we want people to sew in. If you came to the conference today, now there was one thing that I didn't do that really, really bothered me, and I'm gonna tell y'all. I didn't do tablecloths on these tables. I knew how I wanted the room, all that stuff, but I didn't do tablecloths. And so that bothered me. But it was a detail that had I said to somebody on my team, it would have been taken care of. Okay, so you need folks. You need folks who are on your team who are going to help you to show up and show up properly. Okay, those emails that went out to the people, giving them the link as well as giving them the they got a PDF of the program. Y'all know I ain't sit there and do that, right?
At 11:30 last night.
Listen, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault.
Sorry, Michelle, that was my fault.
So who said something?
Sorry, Michelle, that was
Angel,
my
what'd you
fault.
say?
I said, sorry, Michelle, that was my fault.
She told her herself.
I love you, Angel.
I was trying to get the money together at the final hour. I pulled through.
But you know what, Angel, I love you. It's all good. The registration was still open, okay? So all I would say is that get some folks who are gonna make sure that you look good. That was a part of that. But have some products, okay? Have some things that you say. Listen, our Girl Scouts sold cookies for first year and made $300 that they wanted to use toward going horseback riding. Okay? Our product at that time was the cookies.
Yeah.
And it served our organization. Yes, you can find as a social enterprise, find a product that you're selling for the organization to benefit your organization. I will also say this, you know, any of my clients know, I will tell you, you need a nonprofit and an LLC. Okay? As the founder, as the leader of an organization, you are creating all this amazingness. And if you ever decide that you are no longer going to work with that organization, or you don't want to necessarily be as intimately involved, you would like to travel, you would like to do other things. Guess what? All of your intellectual property that you've now just given to the nonprofit is going to be in the hands of other people. You need to own it yourself. If you created it, it's yours. You need a company that houses your stuff. You can license it to the nonprofit to utilize it because that's what you do, right? You want to make sure that that curriculum that you created to work with moms or families or whatever, guess what? It's yours. Don't give it away. Because if a for-profit company wants to purchase it, who they purchased it from? They purchased it from you, not the nonprofit. You can sew back into the nonprofit. Okay? Now, these books here, they wasn't free. I did that on purpose. This thing here costs almost $15. Because that's a lot of ink and that's some pretty paper and she made it all shiny and stuff like that and these cards and stuff. It wasn't something she just printed out as a piece of paper, right? So when I sell these at $25, $30, hello, that's funding into the nonprofit. That's funding into the company. All right? Find ways of connecting a product or several to what it is that you do. Okay? If you work with parents and kids and what have you, find something that is all about, I don't care if it's a calendar of events happening locally that people can do with their children. As a company that works with families who have kids, especially school-age kids, that's who you're supposed to be talking to. Find a product that is something specific to who you serve. If teen moms have issues with babysitting, I don't start a babysitting service for teen moms. Hello, get you a group of old ladies who want to come and babysit. Listen, y'all know what I'm saying. See, yeah. Hello, there's a partnership. She got some seniors, you got some teens. There you go. I'm just saying. Y'all need to have a conversation and figure out, and you know, hello, my sister who's a PhD nurse practitioner, whatever all that means, with her DMP, whatever, right? She started out with her introduction to nursing came from the YES program, Youth and Elderly Service in Jersey City, New Jersey. It was teens that went to this company and they were assigned a senior that they went to their house for free and hung out with them once or twice a week, socializing. They might have did something in the house, clean up or whatever, but it was only maybe 2 hours at a time. That little girl who started that, who went and did that, is now, again, she works still with seniors in her nurse practitioner, whatever. She works for nursing homes. She writes scripts and stuff for nursing homes. So you never know between the two of you what you're going to spark in the population that you're serving. Remember that you're called to serve. you are servant leaders. People who start nonprofit organizations are not people who are just out here trying to make some money. They're out here trying to create an opportunity for others, and they're really about a particular cause. Figure out your cause, figure out who's the players in that field, in that arena. You can't do domestic violence work and not know about the Purple Gala. Not here anyway.
You know, that's that too.
Yes. Oh, yes.
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 No.
So.
Do that. Oh, you needed to go where? Alaska? Oh, we can do that.
I said you need to say yes.
Oh, yes, ma'am, yes.
So what I'm trying to get you to understand is that creativity of all of these different pieces can come together for your benefit. I'm not going to tell you that within your first year or two, you're going to get any grants. Okay? You're still figuring out how to make sure your proposals read properly. Okay? So what do you need to be doing in that meantime? Finding some products to sell, making sure that you are networking with other people who are connected to and aligned with your mission and vision. You are also creating events. Oh my God, how many events did I do my first couple of years? Oh, really? You gotta do that? But those awareness events, I do a domestic violence awareness event in February. Why? Absolutely. But there's a whole lot of stuff that goes along with Valentine's Day.
Didn't hear that over here. Say that one more time.
I said, I do a domestic violence event in February because there's a whole lot of stuff that goes along with Valentine's Day. Okay? Valentine's Day is all supposed to be warm and fuzzy about love, right? We get some roses and then we get our beat, a couple days later. So the goal was to create an awareness around that because it's such an oxymoron that the person that I love loves me mistreats me. Okay? So that we have a hard time getting our mind around that. So by creating an opportunity to do some awareness at that time, when we're only talking about the warm and fuzzy part of relationships, gave an opportunity for me. So what did we do? One year we did Love Shouldn't Hurt. We had a speaker, right? One year we did the men. We talked only with men. The leader of the conversation was a female who worked with offenders. And the whole speaking panel was all guys. We did one year, we talked about saving our sons. We're talking specifically about as a community and what have you, how do we pour into boys that we don't have them grow up to be abusers? So there were all these different years and different ways of having the conversation about the issue that we say that this is my company, Empower Connections, that's what we're doing. So it's not just about getting some diapers. How do we empower these young girls to know that they still have value? How do we empower them to know that they need to connect with other resources in order for them to get to where they would like to be from their next? How do we continue to treat them as now young women, not the chick who made the mistake? Okay, so we have to take the issue and go way further outside of that, a lot more creatively. How do we get our message out there? Nowadays, if you're not on social media, you are kicking yourself in the foot.
You sure are.
Kicking yourself in the foot. Come on, Mr. Michelle. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to be really quick because I know we want to stay on schedule.
Oh, now you see.
But y'all all know social media is my jam. I love it. I don't love it for personal use. I don't like getting on social media. I know, like, I share some stuff. I share things on social media out of necessity because people like to connect with you. I could go weeks and weeks and weeks without being on social media and it'll be totally okay with me. But it's a business that I have and I enjoy that visibility and that connecting. So as a nonprofit, having a social media presence is important. Having a social media presence is important. Number one, it helps to get your mission out there. You're connecting to people all over, globally. You don't know who's going to see what you're doing and who's going to be sharing. It helps you to find donors. It helps you to find people for your board because they're seeing the things that you're doing. So if you're out there in the community, share it.
Yeah, whatever
Put it
you
on
do.
put it on your website. To claim a website, you should have a website, you should have an email list. And you should claim your social media names. When you think of Tina, what do you think of? She did that. So if you go to She Did That, if you Google She Did That, guess whose name is gonna come up? Whose face is gonna come up? It's gonna be Tina. So with your nonprofit organization, number one, what's the first thing that comes to mind when people see your face and think about your organization? And if I go and Google you, because that's what people are gonna do first, what's gonna come up? You can claim your organization on Google. So go to Google, make sure you claimed it. If you have a physical location, make sure you have it designated on Google Maps, Yelp, all of those different places, so that when people go to search for you, they can find you. If you don't have a physical location yet, you can get, there are different organizations where you can get like a virtual location. Do that, so you can still claim your location. So when you're doing work, yes, Tina?
I have a quick question. The other day when Facebook and Instagram went down, right? Of course, you know, some people were freaking out. For me, I know that there's other ways to promote. What would be your suggestion for those that may not know? Because that went down, and let's say, what if it didn't come back up?
I have an email list, what I just said. So when Facebook and Instagram went down, and everybody was sitting at work bored, didn't know what they were gonna do, because they couldn't get on Instagram. Because they were on TikTok, y'all like, I just did more work today, I did all day. I immediately, my clients got a message from me and said, send your list an email right now. Don't sell to them, don't promote to them, give them something that they can do, because they can't get on social media. So my email list, because my email list caters to women and just their overall mental wellness and standing out and showing out their business, I sent them some coloring pages. It's really random, but it's a way to say, I know you're not on social media right now, so go ahead and print out these coloring pages. So you have something to do, especially if you're at work and you need to look like you're being busy. You can come over and take all kinds of studious notes.
And I printed it and I have some for my ladies to do for later on. An activity for a group.
I'm sorry,
Michelle. I'm sorry.
Can you repeat that one more time? What did you say you did?
I sent an email. I sent them an email. So that's why it's important to make sure that you have the email list, because you don't own your contacts on social media.
No, that's true.
I have a combined 35,000 people connected to me on social media. I don't own their contacts. If I wanted to pick up the phone right now, I couldn't call any of them. I couldn't, if Facebook went down, Instagram went down, I would have no way of reaching them. But I have people on my email list. And as much as I share on Facebook and Instagram, y'all get all on Instagram.
Yeah.
But the people that are on my email list, they get even more to a different level because they let me inside their inbox. Those are the people that on a consistent basis, I'm asking them for money. I'm selling my product, I'm selling my services, and the majority of my sales are going to come from my email list because they know me. I've given them stuff, so it's a two-way street. And something new happens, there are times when if I have a new product, I may say the first 5 people that use this code, when you check out, you can go ahead and get this for free. And so they'll get a new product for free, but guess what? When person 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 get there and the code no longer works, they still buy it.
And what
because
email
I also,
service do you
they
use?
also said, well, if the code has expired, then you can use this discount code and still get it for a reduced price.
Michelle,
And I have it priced at a way that I'm still making money on a consistent basis. So please don't overlook your email list when building your social media.
Michelle,
Go ahead.
what email service do you use in building your email list and your email management?
I like Flowdesk. It's really, really simple to use. I will send out a link for that for you to able to use it. It's called Flowdesk, Flodesk. I have a code that you can use where it will only cost you $19 a month. And that's for unlimited email, unlimited people. You can have 10 people or you can have 10,000 people. And it's always going to be $19 a month. They are coming out of beta mode. So I will tell you, if you are looking to do this, you'll want to get it by the end of this month. Because then afterwards, it'll be $19 for the first month and then like $32 per month.
Okay, I'll look for that code now.
Who's that, Angel?
Yes, I'll look for that code.
Angel, I'll send it to you right in your inbox as soon as I'm done talking.
Thank you so much, sis. Thank
Angel, you have the code.
I do?
I'll send it to you again, because we talked about it.
I know we talked about it, but I didn't get the code, so I'll keep my eye on it.
But there's a little bit of funds to do these things, but there's affordable ways to do it. $19 a month. If you're sending out 2 or 3 emails a month and you're getting someone to donate $50, you've already paid for it, it's crossed off. And so I know I'm supposed to be talking about social media necessity, but I want you to realize that you don't own social media.
Right.
You need to make sure that you're building a list. As a nonprofit, this is a way that you're able to be in your donors' inboxes and let them see. You have an event, send pictures, create a quick newsletter. Flowdesk is very simple to use. They have templates where you can drop the pictures in and everything and create just a quick dialogue and say, this is what we did. It's because of you that we made this possible. And at the bottom, you have a little link that says donate here.
So what you do if your team members have a meeting with your girls and they don't send you pictures from the meeting so that you could put it out and stuff?
You tell them that they need to take pictures. You need to check.
What you say?
So half people, so when we talk about our volunteers, not everybody is social media savvy. Have volunteers that's their job. That's part of their role. Mr. Gerald was talking to us about having, assigning roles to people. Your job is to take pictures.
Yeah, that's right.
And don't take, I don't want a bunch of selfies. I don't want, I want you to
take pictures at your events.
Take pictures that I can put on my social media website. I can put them on my personal, on my
radio silent. Don't talk now. You went radio silent on me.
You said have someone to take to, is that person be a relative?
Yeah.
Yes. Teenagers are the best.
So the law was saying, that's what she was saying about all of these people that were coming to the house. Y'all better get y'all some teen volunteers.
Amen.
Because apparently these teen volunteers are bringing all the money to the organization. But teenagers are the best interns to have when it comes to social media because they're already on it. They know how to take some good pictures with your camera, even if you got a janky camera. They know how to make it look good. They know how to use the filters. And then the last thing I want to say before I sit down, we know about Instagram, we know about Facebook. Please make sure you have a LinkedIn. Woo. LinkedIn.
I just
yeah. I was on the phone when you said
Different name, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have the option. Business pages don't get a lot of views. If you create a page for your organization on LinkedIn, you can do it if you want to just say you want to be able to tag your page.
Yeah.
Because the same way on Facebook, you can create a page. You can do it that way. When you are talking about your organization on LinkedIn, don't just get on there and say, oh, we had a wonderful event today, blah, blah, blah. LinkedIn is about stories, it is about connections. So I was going to do a story, if I was going to post on my LinkedIn page today, I would take a picture of this room, and I would say, you know what, I'm so proud of my girlfriend who wanted fish and all that she's doing in her community. Then I talk about the importance of this organization, and then I would maybe put in there how I played into it, and how I talked about social media, and we'll then give a couple of tips for that. But the communication and the connection is when you are talking about the connections that your organization has and tagging them. Because when you're tagging them, now everybody that they're connected to, they're going to see that. Okay? And so LinkedIn, we were talking when y'all were asking James about how to find professionals and people to serve on your board. That's where they're at.
Yeah, LinkedIn.
That's what they're using it for. And LinkedIn is slowly getting to be not as stuffy as it used to be, but it's still where professionals are going to get the information that they need and make connections. So if you're needing things for your organization, talk about it. And say, this is the event that we're having, or this is something that we're doing. These are some of the needs that we have for our organization. Now, don't go in your bags all the time, because again, social media is being social. Give and take, give and take. Every post shouldn't be, I need, because then people are going to turn, I'm just going to mute you. Because you're not giving me any information and knowledge that I can use. But if you're giving me statistics, if you're giving me ways that I can give back, So now I was like, oh, okay, I hadn't thought about that. Even if I'm not in your area, I connected with you and now I may want to pour into your organization. Or I may know someone that is in Alaska and say, you know what, let's go ahead and, this dude is out here doing some amazing things. Go see what you can do to help him. Or if you're out there in New Jersey. Okay?
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you. I just wanted to show you guys the journal real quick. The My Purpose journal. I didn't make a journal just, with some pages. I invited people to be able to sew into the project. 25, I think? 20 or 20,
Yeah.
$25. For $25 a piece, they put a quote into the journal. Paid for the journal.
Yep.
So now the journal is being sold, I think it's doing $15. And all of these quotes, I even got kids. Yeah, I even got the kids. That's Tina's quote. Just in this quote. Yeah, that's them excellent quote. But what I'm saying is, I put it out, people sewed in. If it was a quote that I saw someone had posted on social media, I would inbox them, hey, would you like to add that to so-and-so, so-and-so? And guess what? Sure, why not? One of our quotes came from Janet Parker. Janet Parker used to be on the news here, watch on Channel 7, no, 57 here, Fox News, right? When I first moved here, Janet was this beautiful, I don't see too many dark-skinned women on TV as news personnel. And she was just really pretty to me. And then I found that she went to my church and she sat like 2 seats from me one time. Right, I was like, oh God, that's Janet Parker. So Janet put a quote, life is tough, darling, but you're tough. And sometimes you just need somebody to say, shit, go get it. Well, that did it for me that day. And so I asked her if I could put it in. And then a couple of months later, I asked her, I said, listen, that quote, that sounds perfect for our Finding Hope in the Struggle to be our theme for 2022. Would you be our keynote? Sure. I went right to my calendar and got the date. Yeah. Found the date. Here's the date. March 2022, Finding Hope. And then I called my boo. I said, hey, boo, the Finding Hope is March, whatever, because I can't remember what it is now. And I got a save the date done with that theme. Just from her putting the quote in the book. And then, do you see how that happened? Relationship. And it all blended into the mission and the vision of what I got going on here. Anything else that we need to discuss in reference to this? Any questions? Because we're getting ready to go into the next relationship. That's another one of my boos. Deneeka is getting ready to come on. And how many of you, your service is not animals, but you actually work with people? Anybody? Okay, so if your service is not animals, you're working with people, then you need to know someone like my girlfriend coming up here now. Okay, you need to have a resource that is a clinical partner. People got issues. They come in and sitting in your office and they talking to themselves and they ain't on no medication and they need to be. Who you gonna call? Deneeka. Like Deneeka. But what I'm saying to you is, if you plan on working with people, people got stuff. Yeah. People got stuff. And if you are, especially some people, some of us are close, work in the same arena. And so you may have some folks that you see often who is bouncing around to resource, right? We have some of those, right? But guess what? If you're not talking to other providers, you don't know. And I'm not talking about necessarily breaking any confidentiality or anything like that. But if you have a woman who you're mentoring, or a young girl, I'm sorry. And you don't have no letters before or behind your name, you're gonna mess them up and mess you up too. Especially if you don't have any insurance that covers you for that. Okay? Stay out of them people lane. They go to school for that, they licensed, they whatever. If that's what they do, soon be licensed now too, ain't you?
Yeah, I'm an LPCA.
Okay, okay, okay. Now you another resource, yes, yes, another resource. But what I'm saying to you is if you don't have the clinician, if you are not that, stop talking to these people acting like you can help them. You can mentor them, absolutely, but you need to be, as a professional, able to recognize when you need the big guns to help this woman. Do not do her a disservice because you wanted to keep the client. I don't know, whatever that might be. If you're serving people, serve the people. Make sure that you have people who can help you to serve the people. Understand? Deneeka gonna tell you about her company and why it's so important to us.
As she said, my name is Deneeka Beachfelt, as James said. And it's funny because relationships, as she said, are so important. They're key. It's not about what you know, it's about who you know. You can get in some doors, basically, we don't have no more tickets. Oh, the person throwing the event knew you. They set you up, you come in.
That's how y'all end up with 240 instead of the 150 at the gala.
Right, exactly. You know, people calling and saying, look, I didn't get my ticket. I didn't know that was the day. And that's how that happens. But as she said, I am what they call a serial entrepreneur. I have a behavioral health company. I do behavioral health in several states now. I also do business consulting for healthcare companies. I do a little bit of everything, I guess you could say, but it all correlates. I have a wellness line that has CBD products in it. And again, it all correlates. The wellness line came from seeing people, and I've been doing this for well over 15 years. So when I tell you I have seen everything from A to Z, I don't think anything surprises me anymore. I just kind of go, okay, well, what's our plan? So the wellness line came from seeing several of my clients struggling with addiction, with benzos. They had anxiety. The doctor said, okay, well, I'm gonna give you some Xanax. 5 became 10, 10 became 20, and now we got problems. So one of the things that I created in my wellness line was the gummies. The gummies, they can use it and there's no addiction affiliated with it. They don't feel hungover in the morning. But anyway, that's another conversation for somewhere else. But all of my businesses correlate. So keep that in mind as well. When you're developing, you hear people say all the time, these 7 streams of income, sure they're related. Don't go do hair if you ain't never touched hair. Make it make sense for people. But relationships are key. Kawan and I met kind of crazy. She was speaking at an event in Atlanta. We were going to the same church here in South Carolina and didn't know each other. We met there and became instant friends. Then she realized, wait a minute, what do you do? I have clinicians, nurse practitioners, doctors, case managers that work for me in my business. Like I said, I've been doing this for years. I'm a certified behavior coach. I teach my clinicians everything from A to Z because I think it's important to know the basics of what you do. I also do those same things with people that I'm connected to. Hey, we can't get everybody at one time, but hey, let's put a group together that we can talk to these ladies, and then I can figure out from the group in our conversation who I need to grab first. That's important for you to have somebody that's affiliated and associated with your organization that can do those things for you. Because if you're not licensed, you can't. And like she said, it can become dangerous because these are people's lives at the end of the day. Mm-hmm. And we're also human. So we're not on every day. So we do need other people that we can reach out to and say, you know what, this ain't my day. So can you come in and help me with this? Because I can't do this today. Important. Like I said, it's not about what you know, it's about who you know. Clinically, with the pandemic, mental health has become all of a sudden, everybody's aware of it now. And especially in the African American community, it was almost taboo. Because we were all told, what goes on in my house stays in my house. So going to someone else and talking about how my mother hurt me wasn't something that we were taught to do. But now we realize the importance of it. And so what's starting to come out within the pandemic is things that people have been dealing with all along, but because of the pandemic and telehealth, I don't have to go into a doctor's office to do it anymore, which means I can still be somewhat anonymous with what I do.
Right.
And so that helps as well. You know, letting the people in your organization know, if you don't want to do face-to-face, you don't have to do that, but still encouraging them to do just that. We know moving people forward means we have to do it from a holistic perspective. If we are not hitting people from every aspect, we're doing them a disservice. I have worked with children from ages 3 to geriatrics to 103, and it all correlates. We see generational stuff that's going on, working with different, like she talked about her teen parents. I have so many young women who have been teen moms. I was a teen mom. I can relate to that. You know, I can relate to being the day before I moved in to my dorm with a full ride at East Carolina University. I found out I was pregnant with my son. And I thought my whole life was gonna fall apart, but it didn't. But it veered me into other directions. So making sure you're even doing that, sitting down with your clinical component and saying, hey, what plan can we put together that works all the way around for each of these individuals to move them from point A to point B, especially like with Hannah House. The goal is to get these women and their children to a holistic place where they're functioning on their own, they're financially stable, they're healthy, they're happy, and they're then giving back. That can't be done with just what Kawan does. Because there's something that got them to that point. Something somewhere fell apart or never came together that got them to that point. So having someone that can actually have that conversation with them to be able to say, listen, you're not the first, you won't be the last. To be able to say, listen, you can get through this. One of the things that I do often is making sure that it's not just the counselors that they're talking to. One of the things we're doing with some of the young men now that have counselors, I have case managers as well. I have 3 young men who are 25. All 3 of them are 25. High school, they're high school graduates, college graduates, play football in college. I've paired them up with young men specifically because young men need to see these young men with ties on, shirt and ties, speaking grammatically correct English, you know, with college degrees that struggled as teens, you know, that were the product of teen moms. Those are the things that you get from resources outside of yourself. Those are the things that other people can bring to your organization. You won't have it all in that one component. But if you are in the center and you've got all of these arms connected to you, you are going to give each person that comes through your organization everything they need. It's also important because clinically, if you get with the right individual, they will also see and begin to pour into your organization as well, and begin to pull in other people who are willing to pour into your organization. So it's not just the clinical component, it's the knowing that you've connected with the right person with the right heart.
Oh, you mean because I call you about sponsoring stuff all the time? We thank you for our fruit and juice and drinks. Thank you for our sponsor, my clinical partner.
But that's what happened.
That's what it is.
That is why relationships are so important, because if we didn't have a relationship, you know, she couldn't call me and say, I need this. And I'm like, okay, listen, she could tell you it's been times, hey, Deneeka, so tomorrow I said, huh?
You don't know my life.
She was like, so tomorrow I need a bounce house. I said, okay. And most times I just say, what you need?
Yeah, at that point, it's just like, let me just see you money.
But having that component to what it is that you do. So taking the time to sit down and say, what is it that I want to accomplish with these people that I'm bringing into my organization? And what connections do I need to make outside of myself to do that?
Right.
Is what that's really all about. And if you know that within your organization, it's not there, and I guarantee you it won't be all there. You know, you're gonna need an attorney. You're gonna need someone who's done this before. You're gonna need an accountant, a CPA, a bookkeeper. You're gonna need a consultant. You're gonna need those things. And so be willing to research. And it's not just important to know that you need those things, but also finding the right person to meet that need. That is important. If this wasn't something I was purposed to do, I wouldn't be able to do it. If I wasn't purposed to serve people, this isn't something that I could do. Because I'd be exhausted all the time. We get tired anyway. But if we're not purposed to do it, we can't keep putting it out. We find it from somewhere when it's in here, when it's something that God has placed on us. So making sure that who you're connected to also shares in that purpose. Because you don't want to hand your person off to somebody and they come back worse than when you sent them there. And believe me, I've seen it happen. I haven't always been the owner. I've worked in other businesses and I'm just like, this is going to be a disaster, but okay. And reserving the right, and I want to say this, because you're a nonprofit does not mean that you are obligated to serve everyone you come in contact with. Sometimes you gotta say no for the health of your organization and business. Because one person can come in and tear up an entire organization. So your connections are key. Your connections are what's going to move you forward. Your clinical connections, your financial connections, whatever that is. But having the right components for what it is that you do, so that you can meet your mission, so that you can reach your vision. Those things are important. And you want to do it, and you want to do it legally. You want to do it, and you want to do it that you know that you are giving your individuals that are affiliated with your organization the best of everything across the board. And so as executive directors, those are decisions that you have to make. Because at the end of the day, the IRS gives you the nonprofit status because you're serving the community. That's what it's about. And as she said, twofold, organization, LLC, but make sure it's in order. And the bookkeeper is gonna tell you this, because once them taxes get behind, they will snatch that nonprofit status so fast. So just making sure you're doing everything in the community. Survey your community to see what's out there. There may be some things out there that you don't even know of. Being aware of who you're connected to. Because we know birds of a feather. And that's how people feel. So if they see you with certain people, you have to be careful with all of those things. So your affiliations are key. I will tell you clinically, we serve here in Columbia, all of Richmond County. We're currently serving Chester County, Rock Hill, Union, Gaffney, Aiken, and some out of Sumter. And of course, in other communities in other states because we do telehealth. So if we can be of any service to you, or if I can do anything, or if you have any questions, anybody have any questions?
So if you have a card,
I'll give you my card. And I'll tell you, I have different clinicians. A lot of times what I do, because I do some direct care for some folks, but for the most part, what I do is when you come in and we're talking, because I have multiple clinicians and they specialize in different areas, I can listen to you and I can say, you know what, that's gonna be the fit for you. Or you come in, I probably have the most variety, and I've got 3 male clinicians, which is very difficult to see, but I do. God has opened some amazing doors here. We do medication management as well, which means if there are psychiatric meds that you need, the nurse practitioner can prescribe those as well. We do regular medication because we're moving towards integrated health, but go for it.
Help like yesterday.
Okay.
My organization started a community amendments group.
Okay.
The last Sunday of the month.
Okay.
For about 2 hours. And we wanted to get a Zoom option to allow people to access via Zoom if they didn't feel something in person. But what we wanted to solicit was other organizations, not just the one that we housed at, to come in and offer clinical services to those families.
Okay.
A lot of the families are suffering from teen and child murder. And so those people are really reluctant to even get involved in anything clinical, right? Because it's already, they might think I'm crazy because I'm having that form come in and kind of ease into it, because the end goal is to get them the clinical services that they do need, because they promise. So,
right.
So
No problem. We can do that.
Thank you, Deneeka. I know, right? Can I get your cards as well? Can I get your cards?
Absolutely. And anybody else, I'll.
Any resource, we'll make sure that if they don't, you have cards with you or something.
I've got my other business cards. I can get those out.
Okay.
They can reach me.
And the information will be emailed to other folks. And again, because she does telehealth, they don't have to necessarily be right here. So that's really cool.
I hate insurance.
We take insurance. I take every type of insurance. We do Medicaid. It's Your Move. I'm so sorry. I didn't even say it. The name of my company is It's Your Move.
It's Your Move.
Because, you're primarily African American.
I do have other ethnicities that work for me, but yes.
I need that information.
That's why you're here. I know you need it.
She's like, I need it like yesterday.
Why you
No, because what happens is, folks will say that there aren't providers like you out there.
Oh, that's so nice.
And I'm one that can say, yes, there is, and here is the information.
Right.
And they take Medicaid. Because a lot of our children are only being served by the states, because only private people are not taking Medicaid.
No, they're
and
not.
that's not always the best place for our
You're
children.
correct. You're very correct.
So that's why I needed you like last week.
Yeah. But we do Medicaid, Medicare.
Wow.
We do most private insurance. We take Obamacare. So any of those insurances that fall under Obamacare. And then we also have a sliding scale fee.
Wow.
So basically, if you can't afford what we do, I have a nonprofit side. and that's what we do. on that nonprofit side. We do the substance abuse, but we also help, cover and find resources for those individuals without insurance. Right now, our targeted case managers are working, they don't work with just this population, but of course, you guys know with the pandemic, a lot of people made the choice not to pay their rent. And so what's happening now, as of August 27th, that was lifted. And so people are getting eviction notices. And so there's a program out there, and we are assisting people with finding resources for rent, utilities, clothes, food, whatever it is that they have need of, tutoring for the kids. Because we know that virtually when the kids stayed home, what happened? It was our kids that were affected. That's true. Because there wasn't, mom barely got out of high school if she did. So at this point, education isn't key in that household to begin with. So she don't care if we get on the Zoom or not. So now, my son teaches 3rd grade, and he was like, Mom, they should have left all these kids back in the 2nd grade. They should have. He said they should have let the seniors graduate, but the rest of these kids, they should have made them repeat that grade. He said, I got kids in here that can't add, and I'm supposed to be teaching them multiplication.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's true.
But my son also mentors. Yeah, go ahead.
I taught for 30 years,
Mhm.
and what they should have done was scaffold. And they can rewrite standards because they wrote the standards.
Mhm.
So it's meant to be like that. So you tell your son to just scaffold.
Well, and then what he's done is, because my son, he's his mama's child. And so he has early mornings, late afternoons, and he coaches football as well. So he, in between all of that, but he's that kid that's gonna take, Mama, this little boy, he don't have. I said, DJ, you cannot save the world, son, but he will try.
I'm gonna try.
Yes, he will try. He's his mama's child. But yes, so we do have the case managers and we have clinicians, and we do line the services up so that the clinicians are not having to deal with day-to-day things, and they can do what they need to do clinically. So we have all of that available.
What's your age group for the kids?
We start at 3. I have someone who does play therapy. So anybody under 5, we typically do play therapy with, because it's hard for them to talk about what it is. They can play it out better than they can talk it out because they don't know the verbiage to use. But 3.
I have a question. I work with teenagers, and a lot of their parents don't even take them to the doctor or the counselors or anything. And I wanted to know, is there any way that I could possibly bring them to you, or whatever?
Now, this is something else. Okay, so this is what we could do. If the parents agree, we can send them a DocuSign to sign all the paperwork. And then we can treat the teen that way. I always let my teenagers know when they come in that unless there is something drastic going on, like harm to themselves or others, we can't share with their parents or anybody unless they tell us we can, because they're seen as adults clinically or medically when they're getting their services. They just can't sign for themselves. If you guys need resources in New Jersey, I can give you those. Just let Kawan know, and I'll send them to her anyway. But I do have, unfortunately, New Jersey is one of the states I haven't gone into to provide services, but I have, with my consulting business, set other providers up in New York and New Jersey. So I can connect you
Also,
with those providers.
thank you so much. Also, can you also reshare? We couldn't hear the name of your organization so that I can look for you online, please.
Yes, it's your move.
And everybody that is registered online, that's registered online that got an email from me yesterday, you'll get an email, last night, you'll get another email that has everybody's resources and the information shared. You'll get that by the end of the weekend.
And the website is itsurmove.net.
Okay, thank you.
And you can connect to us through the website as well.
Thank you. And thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. Look forward to that email.
Because you're here. I didn't, because you're here.
Does anybody else have any questions? I'm gonna leave some cards. You can call me directly and we can get you set up. Some of the organizations like with Kwan, one of the things that I would do is just give a clinician that's specifically for that organization so that they're not having to do this. And then if there is somewhere for them to set up to actually provide those services where you are, then we'll come in, look at everything. If you need noisemakers, we'll do that, but we'll get you set up.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, Deneeka. On my way to safety, yesterday or day before, I had my counseling, like, don't be coming for me, I did it. You know, I will, they follow up. What's that thing?
I'm trying to, I want to stop the recording so we can, see if we can.
Our, Kinga. Shanice Davis, come on to the stage. Woo, woo, woo.
All right. You good, Deneeka? All right, so I'm Shanice Davis. My business is Everyday Business Resources. I primarily do bookkeeping, virtual bookkeeping, but I also do web design, little project management, coordinate with my husband. So this is nonprofit bookkeeping with QuickBooks Online. There are other accounting softwares, but I am a QuickBooks Online pro advisor. That's what I do, QuickBooks Online. So QuickBooks Online pro advisor.
Pro advisor.
It's a test that we got to take, y'all. It's crazy. So yeah, so I'm working with QuickBooks Online, but there are other options and I can share them with you individually if you need them. But TechSoup offers some great deals on that and I'll talk about that later.
TechSoup, do you work?
TechSoup.org.
TECH?
Like soup, like you're gonna eat it.
SOUP.
All right, so I'm Shanice Davis, owner and founder. I serve small business nonprofit resource for bookkeeping, cash flow management, and more. I learned a lot about business operation as an underwriter. I approve business loans and nonprofit loans currently still. I see financials all the time. They make a difference. Sometimes I have to turn them down because I can't understand what you're doing or what you're doing. So I've trained under Robin Buckaloo, CPA. She owns a Bookkeep Anywhere program. She's out of Washington State, I believe. And then QuickBooks Made Easy for Nonprofits to buy another CPA. Very good courses. You have access to QuickBooks Made Easy by Nonprofits through Texas as well. I'm cheaper, so just put that. No, you can go ahead. Uh-oh, Keisha. All right, so today we're going to just cover, these are general topics, nonprofit accounting, bookkeeping, terminology, QuickBooks Online, understanding your report, and budgeting. And we'll go over brief over the 990. I'm not a CPA. I am studying to be an enrolled agent. You still need a CPA to do this, or an enrolled agent, and how to get more help. Okay, so just generally count. This is simplified. Accounting is a system of financial management, record keeping, and reporting. A bookkeeper does the record keeping and reporting for your organization. Right now, I would hope that all of you are doing that. How are we currently keeping records of our transactions right now? I'm assuming we got Excel, right? I'm assuming if I ask each of you how much money you spent last month, you know, or last week. Or what's your budget for the next 6 months? Where are you putting your money? You got donations coming in? Do we know where it's going in the next 6 months? Well, we can help you get that with the press of a button if it's set up correctly. Let's go. Good. All right. Oh, look, other way. Because nonprofit accounting is actually called fund accounting. Because we work with funds, program funds. You know, how you get donations. They're going to be for specific things sometimes, most of the time. So you're going to want to be able to manage the income and expenses for that program. And so we're going to allocate funds. You'll need to allocate your funds to keep it organized, and you need to know where your money's going. So if someone donates the money, as you know, you have to spend it on what it says, especially if it's a grant. Right. You know, he already told you that. And the one thing I did notice was budget. They want to see your budget. Well, I can show you how QuickBooks Online you can input your budget. You can also import your what you did last year as your current budget for this year, which is an excellent way to budget. So let's go for it. All right, a few things that you should be doing. I'm a bookkeeper, but if you can't get a bookkeeper, these are some things you should be doing. We should be monitoring our cash on hand. Again, like I said, how much cash you got right now in your bank account. And any upcoming cash needs. You should be recording any donations. You should be having your receipts with those donations. Receipts. Any receipts that you receive. If you got PayPal, run the reports. You should be keeping up with that information. Entering and paying any bills. We can do that with QuickBooks Online, but if you're paying bills, keep your receipt, keep your check copies. If you're receiving checks, you should be keeping all that stuff neat and organized. On a monthly basis, you should be reconciling your bank accounts, credit card accounts if you have many loan accounts. You should also be reviewing your budget regularly and comparing it to what your actual is. Your budget is what you're saying you're going to spend it on. Your actual is what you did. So we need to be able to do that.
QuickBooks now has a place for it.
Yes, you do. Yeah. And you got a mobile app as well, where you could just take a picture and then it's going to come to your bookkeeper and then I'll be able to check it and match it just like that. Or I could train you to do it yourself. So it's up to you.
Nice.
And when it comes to grants, you're going to do this thing. When you record donations, contribution, expenses, it's going to automatically download from a bank feed. And I'll talk about the features of that. But your grants are also managed by reporting as well. You can go to the next slide. All right, so QuickBooks Online overview. All right, so a few benefits, right? I'll go over 4 of the main ones that I thought were really great, just that you need as a nonprofit executive. So it allows you to create a chart account. Chart accounts is basically the categories that we're going to code our transactions to. I have a generic list. You may, if you run a certain nonprofit, we'll look at what you need to have. But I'm basically going to go by your IRS 990 form right here. So it allows you to be able to customize the chart accounts to match what they reckon on what they want you to show. It allows you to draft reports so that you know how much money you've contributed and spent to date by donor or grant. And it also allows you to plan your budgets and organize, basically organize is a big deal. Like that's what it's about. We can go forward, major capabilities. So here's some cool things about QuickBooks Online for me. You can do email integration, allows you to send invoices. Now from a business, that makes sense, but you also can do this for, if someone's standing in front of me right now and you have QuickBooks Online on your app, you could send them an email and they could pay right there. Donate right then, like it's instant. So that was a big deal for me. Data import. So if you have customer lists, donor lists, I can import them in and you already have all your donors. You can run reports by donors. If someone asks you, your board may ask you who donated last month, you could pull a report just like that. Who are your donors? How much did each donor give? This is information that you'll need to manage. Mobile access is really, really important. If you got an Android or iPhone, you can do it. Capture receipts. You can capture any kind of documents actually and attach the transactions, which make your life easier. Built-in business report. It's over 65 reports, of course, and of course they have this app program or app network where you can integrate a lot of things like PayPal if you give. DonorPath is a big one for you guys if you use it. I have a few other that I mentioned on a couple other slides, but it have apps that are integrated with QuickBooks Online so that it works. Like you can do anything. If you don't want to use QuickBooks Online as a donor management system, you can pair it up with one of the ones that you could use. Next slide. All right, so here's my recommendation. You can go one more, forgot. My recommendation for QuickBooks Online is use QuickBooks Online Plus. Now, this thing costs a lot of money. If you see this down here, that all of them range from $5 a month to $150. It's about $80 a month for QuickBooks Online. But it's where nonprofits get a benefit. TechSoup.org offered this discount for you at $75 a year. So instead of paying $80 a month, you're paying $75 a year. to have all these 65 ports available to you, to have all this information, to have this mobile app on your phone where you can instantly send an invoice. TechSoup.org.
Make that your friend.
Yes,
Because you
it's a whole lot of things up there.
computer.
Adobe,
They've been around a long time.
yeah. And so this is expensive. This is like a $1,200 a year program, but you can get it for 75. And if you grow and you need a larger platform, it's one for 160. If you need to go to advanced, I don't even think I'm showing that. No, they have an advanced, and then they also have QuickBooks for enterprise. TechSoup, TechSoup.org, and it's 1 week. So 1 year, and you just reapply. I had few clients use it. Didn't have any problem. Sent me a link, invited me. I was in $75. Definitely a steal. I say even try it if you feel like it's complicated. I can train you. We can work through it. I can do it for you, however you want to do it. We can talk about it. That's why I mentioned trade, because it is the time. Okay. So yeah, I'm recommending QuickBooks Online Plus. That one's $75 a year for all you nonprofits. As long as you got your paperwork in order, you should be able to get that easily. It's no problem. One of the benefits of Plus and why I recommend you can use up to 5 users. All right, so that's one of those, me, you, and 3 others. So if you have a treasurer, which you should, they can access this as well. You can control how much they can do. And you can't do anything with money. You can pay bills and stuff, but you can control whether they can do that or not. As your bookkeeper, I just record and move things around, but I will not be taking money, writing checks, or anything. I'll show you how you can do that, but I stay out of it. But it allows you to set up other users, volunteers, people who need to come in and help you out with this part. Budgets, 65 reports, inventory tracking if you need it, class and location tracking. Class tracking is so important for you guys because you have to track by program. That whole admin and fundraising, the 990, there's 3 categories there that you have to track by. And that class tracking is why you need at least Plus. And I can talk about it a little bit more on the next, at the end of the reports. This is fun. So automation is key. T-Sheets is an app that integrates with QuickBooks Online. This is something that if you need to monitor your volunteer times, if you have a lot of volunteers, as you grow, think about the future when we're talking about QuickBooks Online. HubDocs is something that I don't have to ask you for a bank statement every month. It'll pull it automatically from your bank. Bill.com will pay your bills with the click of a button if we link it together. These do cost extra, but we can look into the options for nonprofit as well. And there's a whole lot of apps available to make life easier for accountants.
Bill.com is, I use that because QuickBooks doesn't have like an ACH component where you can, like I can pay my bills or pay a vendor via ACH. So that's why I had to pull in that Bill.com.
Common recommend, yep.
Into the QuickBooks.
And I think that's the whole point of them app marketplace. They say, you know, they created this so that you can partner and pull it all together. Okay. One more. I'm just going to briefly go over some reports. So accounts receivable and aging. So this is who owes you. Now this is very probably uncommon, but maybe if you have some pledges and people usually you have to send them a reminder. Now you can send a quick reminder to them. But this is a report of all the people who owe you money, and I'm not sure if you'll have it or not, but you could. Accounts payable, this shows you who you owe. Accounts payable, who you owe. So if you got bills, loans, anything, I can run a report. We'll put it all in, run a report. You know who you owe in the next 30 days, 60 days. That's why you need to worry about what cash is in your hand every day, because you may have bills coming up. And if you don't know, you might pay all your bills this month. You know how much money you need to come in next month. And you know you operate mostly month to month. So there you go. Balance sheet, which is on the business side. You guys are going to call it statement of financial position. It's going to show your assets and your liabilities, the net assets. In the business world, we call that owner's equity. You don't have owners because you're not profit. But net assets is basically what you're worth. Yes, sir.
If somebody asks you for your liabilities, what are they asking?
Liabilities is what you owe. Debt,
Yeah, okay.
credit cards, loans from banks, maybe an organization that would give you money and want it back. We could put, I don't know if we don't really put that there, grants there, but it's somewhere else. Profit and loss, income statement is another word, and statement of activities is what you're gonna see on your 990. Revenue, expenses, changes in net assets. Revenues is the income for businesses, but what you receive in contributions and grants off the top. You got $1,000 last month. Well, you can't call it your change in net assets or net income until after you subtract your expenses. In the business world, we'll say have to pay your taxes. Even if you start selling stuff, sometimes you have to pay taxes, which is why I think Kawan recommended doing it. Yeah, because if you sell stuff, you still owe sales tax. And it's a quarterly type thing that you got to pay it. So keep that in mind. That's why she said set up one and then you donate to your nonprofit.
Unless you're in a state.
That is true, but we are in one that have one.
If you didn't sell anything,
You're still supposed to report it. Yeah, and you get in trouble for that. All right, just budgeting with QuickBooks Online. Yes, it's just, are you meeting your targets? And so they have this cool tool where you can put in a budget. We can import a budget, or you can sit in here and it's gonna be built off of your charter accounts, which is why it's so important. If you leave here today and decide you wanna use, let's talk about you set up properly. What categories you need to track by. Because if you put in anything, then when you look at your budget, you're not budgeting for what you need. It needs to be custom to what your organization needs to track, as well as your 990 report. What was I thinking? So yeah, we can track by class, which is programs, or by customers, donors, as well as grants, because that's how we do grants in QuickBooks Online. We build them in as sub-customers, which allows us to run reports to show how much your grant was and what you spent on it. And as we do, I didn't mention bank fees, but you connect your bank account, guys, to QuickBooks Online. And it syncs. All your transactions come over. And in every week, is what I said you should do, you come in and you select what chart of accounts it goes in and what program it goes to. So if you have an after school program and someone gives $1,000 and it comes through your bank feed, you go in, you select it as program income, and in your class is after school. Gotcha. And that way it gives me the ability to run you a report when you need it on demand. If you don't do that, then I can't run it. It's not gonna be right. I can run it, but it won't be accurate. So it's just a matter of going in and having it set up properly. And so that's where I can maybe set you up properly. That's the best way we can do. Yeah, it's fine. You go. 990. Okay. RS 990. So like I said, it allows you to create a customized chart of accounts that categorizes and views expenses the way the RS requires you to do it. And I just showed the front page here, the actual statement of revenue and stuff in the private pages. This is just one of them. You know, you have 3 types. You have the 990N, the easy, and the full. I can't remember the exact things, but I don't do these yet. I'm trained as an enrolled agent so that I would do it. I don't recommend you doing it by yourself. But I will tell you with QuickBooks Online, if you make sure you connect everything up and set it up correctly, that you do everything you're supposed to do as in categorizing. At the end, there's an accountant folder that you can just hit a button and we can send it to your CPA or someone who prepares 990s. And it's got what they need to do it, and they'll check it. They still may need access to it because it's just not like I got this and now I'm gonna do this. That's not how accounting goes. And this is not a tax return, this is the information return, by the way. And it is available publicly. So you want it to be accurate and you want it to be right. How do you get more help? You can contact me. My consultations are free. I go above and beyond. I will talk to you. Miss Robin is one of my clients right here. I'm not going to just say I'm going to do this, do this. I'll tell you if I can do it. If I'm not going to do it, I'm going to link you to someone who can. That's the kind of thing. I'm a resource. I'm going to send you where you need to go. So we can talk about it. And I can either set you up, which could be like let's see, I'm gonna go from 150 to 200 and set you up. Just depends on what you already done. So if you're here today and you have not started, it wouldn't cost nearly that much. But go ahead.
What if you have a small mess?
We call mess cleanups, QuickBooks Online cleanups, or just cleanups in general. If you're not already in QuickBooks Online, we're gonna call that a catch up, setup, and a cleanup. And you're looking at about $45 an hour, maybe 50. Just yeah, we're probably about 45.
Remember the question about if you had either bookkeeping or accountant that you no longer have, and they need to, now you need to find how to get into your.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's say if you start this with me today, if something happened and you just fall off, I have people that don't communicate with y'all, I'm telling you, but I will release it. Some people may not. So there's two things you want to make sure. You want to make sure you know how to get into your QuickBooks Online. Don't just pass off your books. This is very important. You can't get your budget to get your grant if you can't access your financials, and that's poor leadership for you if you just allow someone to just do all your books. And they can't, you paying for a software that you can't access, and that has happened. Person could not get into their file. One called me, I was like, Intuit will not work with them because it's set up with the bookkeeper as their account. And there's nothing we can do. So make sure you have login password and you invite the accountant to your file so that you can kick them out when they decide they don't want to deal with you anymore, or if something fall out. And you also can do backups as well. You can store backups. They're in like a data file. I would definitely, as your bookkeeper, I would show you. They're in a data file, a language that coders, us tech people might understand better, but you can save it. Yes, someone else?
Are your bills okay over there?
Oh, I don't know if that's the person. Just make sure you got the password, you know how to access it. That's the best way. And see, I know how that can happen because a lot of us can offer you a discount if you weren't a nonprofit. And we can offer you a discount, but we have to be billed for the subscription. And so that means that I'm handling everything. I just connected your information, I'm paying for it. So you don't have any ownership. But with you guys using Texas, you're going to be the owner of the account and you're going to invite an accountant, which is the best way you should have it so that you can protect yourself in the event that happens. And you also can back up your files. You can go one more slide over. I think I have a question. Any more questions? Yeah, I was already doing that. Yeah, if I had to clean up, so if everyone here is just using Excel, but you've been in business for like, or in your organization for a year, you've been working. Yeah, and I can say it could take me, depends on, you got 15 to 20 transactions a month. If that's very low, the standard for you guys, that's like 2 hours. So maybe $100 for each month that I'm going to do. And we can break them out, we can do whatever. However, I have to really look at what you have. If you're receiving money from PayPal, Giveify, all these different places, PayPal is a pain in itself. I'm just going to put it out there. And we don't like it, but we'll work with it. Best place, best method for people to give. Anyone else have a recommendation, that's fine. But I will say, if you have a QuickBooks, you can send a link to people. If someone's in front of you, you can just send them a link. It's an invoice link for whatever they want to donate right in front of you. Now, I need to check on website integration so you can use it like a button, but I know they have an option. And then also, my husband said a lot of people still do checks. Here at Hannah House, they get most of their money through checks. but PayPal can be a little, we don't like it. We don't. But if you're using it, we're gonna have to work with it. But I just can tell you, I won't connect it because it causes issues, and I do it manually.
If you have people who want to donate on a regular basis, you know how your bank can pay your bills. You can set up where a person can send $50 a month to a nonprofit, specifically like it was a bill.
I'm glad
it comes in the mail. Like it's like an accounts payable or something, or receivable, whatever.
Receivable, yeah.
Receivable, but it's a check from someone's bank because they have allotted certain amounts to come to you every month or quarter or whatever.
So.
Well, that's through your bank is what she was saying. I have a client who gets like $300-400 a month from churches, and you can tell their ACH payments through. Now, that's how she do it through a bank. But she was saying through your bank, set that up. If you have a regular, and then with the invoice thing with QuickBooks, you can set up a monthly invoice to go if someone's gonna commit to doing like a pledge almost, you know.
So who is the best one? Because PayPal is a pain, right?
Yeah, it can be. I think that's the whole. Kawan, you got any more best ways they receive it? Is it online donation?
Online money on hold, like you just said, PayPal has a money.
They will. I've had that happen for a business, not nonprofit, but it was a business, and they locked us out. We still don't.
Facebook, if you're just starting it out, it can be a little funky, but once you get going and set up under Facebook giving is really good for what do you call it? They start you out, through Network for the Good. The first time I did a fundraiser through Facebook, it seemed like, okay, well, where's the money? People donated. And that was like, I did it like at the end of the year. So November, December, come February, I got a check for all of those 10, 20, 30, 40, $50 donations. I got one check for like $1,000. And then they do it every quarter. So if you're running, but you have to do the work to become set up as a nonprofit on Facebook. You can't just, connect your nonprofit, and because you have to add your financials, because they have to be able to send it. And then once that was done, it actually was just like direct deposit. Okay. So once it was done, you're going through Network for the Good at first, but then after that, it's going direct deposits directly to your organization. Okay, but Facebook giving is definitely a good one. I know, people feel how they feel about Cash App and what have you. Let people write checks. Let people, if you want to continue to use all those other systems, if you're doing a small event and what have you, I have people who registered for this conference who some had a trouble with the link. Some people chose to just go to my PayPal without going through the Eventbrite. I think that's.
Her name wasn't on the list, so I was like, yeah.
So
that was a question that I had. Primarily, when we first started out, we received all of our donations via Eventbrite, PayPal, and Cash App through me. So when the Cash App came directly to me, I just deposited it to the business.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Right, but I do have an account.
Right, absolutely. And let me also say, Cash App, you can get reports from that.
Yeah. So how is it?
I can't remember exactly, but I found it because I found that I was like, oh my God, that's a whole lot of money. But it wasn't all business. It was, mama sending for the kids. So, but there is a way, and you have to go into Cash App. You can go on from your actual computer, not necessarily just from the app or the phone.
But I guess, because when we raised the funds initially, it was for a walk to raise funds for families. We dispersed the money out. So is that a negative, or is that positive, or how does it work out?
You still should have money in your accounts for operational costs.
Okay.
So you have your operation funds and what have you, but then you're writing checks specifically for.
Yeah, so the operational stuff is handled, but the bulk of that.
It should still be operational funds should be handled through that accounts and stuff. Right. So yes, that's absolutely fine. I mean, because if you raise the money specifically to give out to families for this, and you've got your record of doing that, that's what it's for.
But should she be broke after?
Yes, that's
that's
the point. That's why I'm saying you need to be raising money for operational, especially.
So that's where I am now, trying to raise money for operationals because all the other funds is dispersed.
But should she have took some of the money for the?
Yes. Yes. That's exactly right.
So that's why I restricted it.
I didn't do that.
She didn't, but that was lesson learned for your first round. You say some of the proceeds are going to benefit the families, but in order for you to be able to do that, there's fees attached to those checks that you're writing. There's fees attached to you being able to even disperse funds. So you have to make sure whatever you're doing, you're remembering there's operational or administrative costs that go with that. Remember that, that is what, you know.
So is one counting against the other? Like, so let's just say we gave cashier check straight from the bank to these individuals, and for each cashier check, there was maybe a $15 fee. So
Those fees should be a part of your operational cost of your budget.
I think you need to explain that operational cost to her, so she'll get it. It's okay to, if you get $100, take 25, put it in that other account. So that way, when it's
It
time to
shouldn't
do
be
it
counted
again.
in as money for the giving without the piece that, yeah.
But you gotta continue to operate.
Yeah, you gotta be able to operate. The account has to stay open.
The benefit. The cost affiliated or associated. If you gotta pay the bank $15 to get the cashier's check, you need to put that as a part of your budget. Okay, we're doing 5 checks. It's gonna cost us $15 a piece. Then if you go to your bank at that, and you can probably say, hey, we're gonna do this amount of checks. As a nonprofit, what can you do for me on your end? Because they're always looking for ways to get their money back. So, can you wait the fees for 2 months? Right. They'll do that type of stuff because they can write it off.
Yeah, very true. You're learning, girl. That's why you're here. Let me also say this, we were talking about networking and products and stuff like this. Y'all know my food.
Question.
Hold on just a second.
And brought me the box of them after she created the logo, correct, ladies? Yeah, so these are y'all's from Jen. So remember Girls Empowerment Network, we are a 501(c) nonprofit. And if you want to just use one of them cups and put a donation to them, we take cash donations, so we ain't got to worry about the electronic.
Okay. Maybe we have a question for one. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, but Sister Deneeka had a statement she made. I couldn't quite hear it, but it sounded like it was good information that she was giving to the sis beside her. Can you please repeat the statement you just made?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
What I told her was, anytime you're doing anything for anyone, make sure that you are counting the cost. So if there's a cost affiliated with what it is that you're doing, make sure that you have a line item for that cost. So that when you're looking at what you're getting ready to put out as an organization, that you've got all of that in your budget as well, so that you don't leave yourself in a deficit.
Got it. So that basically I'm not incurring fees on myself, but that I tie that in. Another question, and I'm not
taking care of that too.
Got it. And Kawan, and I'm not sure who can answer this question. With regards to the nonprofit, it is very clear to me that when you have a for-profit and you have no funds, that you are the main contributor to your organization until you can get profits in that account. Can a nonprofit also work that way? When I start my nonprofit, until I get grants or funding, there's nothing in there, but I need a bank account. So I can still be the one who's donating money to my account until my account is receiving money?
Yes, you should be writing a check to the organization.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You should be writing a check to your organization. When I say donate back to your organization from your other business and what have you, the best way to do it is to write a check. If you're going to do it even electronically, however, it's gonna show up on your accounting as in you donated this money. So and from your accounting, from your LLC, it should be able to show, hey, we donated so-and-so amount of money to our Girls Empowerment or whatever. Because we did it. We put it in order for us to be able to do what needed to be done, especially in the beginning when you first started your organization. You need to be able to run, you need to be able to have these funds. Right. Just like it's a donation from your board, how are they supposed to be served? Sewing. Most of the time, they're gonna write you a check or they're gonna send something and it'll say donation from so-and-so. That same concept. You are one of those same people.
Got it. So are you saying that it's best that I get an actual written check, or if I do electronic transfer is fine too?
You absolutely can. Either way is fine.
But
again, as long as you're keeping track of it. Yeah, as long as you're keeping track of it on your end, because you're writing it off on your taxes that you donate this amount of money to this nonprofit.
Right.
And when you're doing that, it's not asking you, when you're doing that on your 1040, if you're putting the EIN number for the nonprofit that you donated to, but it's not asking you if you're the founder of that organization.
Right.
You don't.
Okay?
Gotcha.
So that $20,000 that you have put into that organization, you should be writing that off because it's coming from your personal funds from work or wherever that you've given to this particular nonprofit, whether it's yours or somebody else's.
Got it. Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I know y'all ready for our last hurrah, stand up, stretch something.
I'm sleeping.
No, he said no sleeping, no sleeping. Listen. Y'all don't know how thrilled I am. We waited a long time for this day, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
So Mr. Lee came to share with you today. I met Mr. Lee at a conference 14 years ago. November will be exactly 14 years that we met at a conference in LA that President George Bush, the second one, President Bush did a conference for re-entry. Re-entry is talking about returning citizens, people coming home from incarceration. So he put this conference on specifically when all of the new initiatives that the government was putting out because they were going to start letting people out of prison. And the lead agency that he used to do it was the Department of Labor. So the Asian lady that's married to one of the senators, she was over the Department of Labor. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The dark hair. Okay, so she was there. Yes, Miss McCullough. Yes. Yeah, Miss McCullough. Yeah, thank you. So she was there. And I really actually saw her. And she, the conversation was about how do we as nonprofits or other organizations in the different communities prepare to support for a person coming home from incarceration. So I met this man at that conference 14 years ago, and he's been doing the thing ever since. I've had many nonprofits in the last 14 years, but he's been
consistent.
He's been consistent. But he's been consistent. And his story is something that I know that each of you need to hear as new nonprofit leaders. Talking about one, staying the course, understanding what God has called you to do, and even through the peaks and valleys of it all, continuing to do that and prosper because you're on assignment. Okay? And so when you're on assignment, it may not always feel good, and you might get to a point where it's like, I'm good, Lord, I'm out. I want to go do something else. But sometimes, even when we have to back up and go to the left in order to go straight forward, you might need to remember somebody else's story. And it's okay to back up, go to the left, and keep it moving. So I wanted him to come to talk specifically about his journey with his nonprofit from 14 years ago. I think you have that one house. He had about 3 beds, and he was doing re-entry housing, and he came here to share with us from Alaska. So there's a whole, they're real different up there, y'all. New Jersey is one thing, and South Carolina is different, is another thing. But when I hear about some of the things in terms of support from nonprofits and different things like that, just in general, it's extremely expensive, but they got a lot of money up there. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God, a lot. So all I know is I know he has something that each of you need to hear. So I'm gonna let him go in his own way. Mr. Lee.
Well, ladies, I want to say thank you. Gerald, I heard, I know I got it. I mean, I heard about him. I saw you on the website. I thought it was her. So, forgive me for that. But ladies, what I want to share with you guys, ladies and gentlemen, is this, right? One of the taglines for my organization is your history is not your destiny. And the reason why I did that is because I came out of the system, right? I did 15 years in prison, right? I've been out 20 years now, but that 15 years taught me that they tried to bury me, but they didn't know I would succeed. So now what I'm doing with my life, is I'm giving back. Where you want me to stand? Right?
So if you gonna talk in that deep, very white voice, you need to come.
All right, I'll try to talk a little louder. But what I wanted to share with you guys though is, I got this book in my hand because I want to stay on point to the point where I don't be all over the place, right? And I normally don't do it, right? But I didn't come here to waste your time, by talking about stuff that don't tie into what we're talking about already, right? I really enjoyed what I heard today from everybody, and I knew at the end it was going to be my turn to kind of, tie it all together for myself as well as you. I've been running a nonprofit for almost 20 years, right? And I got out in 03. From 03 to 08, I was just trying to find myself. But one thing, I was watching TV. I was trying to be a drug counselor, right? But nobody would give me a chance, right? Because of my history, right? So I would get the jobs, night monitor, all that kind of stuff. And one organization, I worked there for almost a year and I couldn't even get an interview, right? So come to find out, I went to a Bible study and the lady that was in the Bible study happened to be the lady that took care of the applications, right? I didn't know that. So, but I had already said, I'm going to go talk to somebody this day. So, but that TV show that I was watching that night said, if you're at somebody's job thinking about what you're supposed to be doing, then you're in the wrong place, right? Mm-hmm. So I went, I just got married. I went and told my wife I'm going to quit my job. Quit the job, I'm going to go do this. But really, when you step out on purpose, you can't expect it to go perfectly, right? So I ended up getting divorced. I had an organization, but I'm divorced now, right? So, but I felt like if I kept going, I was going to be all right. And I wrote these things down: purpose, passion, and perseverance. Right? That's what I had to do to keep and be where I'm at today. I had to persevere, but I had to operate in purpose, and I had to have some passion for what I was doing. Guys, I don't do nothing else that don't have nothing to do with prison. If you've been to prison, I don't care if you're homeless, I don't care if it doesn't matter. Prison is that's my mission, to help men. I work with men. I got beds for women if I can help them, but they're not my primary. I need to put some men back in some homes. Amen. So those young ladies don't have to work so hard. Right now, y'all probably work really, really hard to do what y'all doing, but with some help, I'm sure it goes a lot better when I'm in a rightful position, right? So that's what I do. That's how my organization works, and by doing housing was that was my go-to. Like she said, I started in the condominium. Out of that divorce, because my wife had a baby when we got divorced, so she stayed 2 houses down from me. So I don't know why she did that. So when we got back together, I married the same woman twice because I felt like, I didn't operate correctly. And, because I just got out of prison. I shouldn't have been in her face in the first place. So, you gotta learn some stuff when you're coming out of the system. So I took that house, that was 2 houses down from the house I bought her, and I turned it into a reentry supportive housing. Yeah. Right. Like she said, it was 6 beds, but I still stuck them in there. But I had to start operating like you guys are starting these nonprofits. You got to start somewhere. You might not. I didn't have a dime. Sister, I didn't have a dime. My wife couldn't get her nails done. She couldn't get done, but I would let people stay in the house for free. Right? So she didn't get mad. But she just said, he's doing what he's been called to do. Right? Mm-hmm. So it ended up working out for her. And so she was able to get all that. But when I started that thing, and when you start something, don't wait for perfect circumstances. Right? And that's what a lot of us do. I just chose not to, right? So that way I can get to where I am today. And running a nonprofit for me was more I knew I wasn't gonna get rich. I think you said it earlier. You think you're finna get rich running a nonprofit? Probably not gonna happen. But what I figured out, that if you operate in your purpose, what you're doing is gonna make room for you. Next person doing something just for the money, probably not gonna work out. Everybody in Alaska is wondering how Kelvin Lee is making money doing what he's doing. God has served me well because I did the same for him. So all I had to do was put my hands to the plow. That's what I did. You know, I think the first nonprofit, well, y'all gonna hear the reason why I'm actually here. You know, well, I couldn't take that now, but I ran a nonprofit for almost 10 years. Right? I lost that nonprofit in 2 weeks, right? Because of some things that, you know, I needed to correct, some things that I probably should have been aware of, but I was not. So when things fell apart, I figured I had two pastors on the board. So I figured no matter what happened to me, the deacon would get a how do you say it, a favorable opportunity. That didn't quite happen. So when I lost the organization, right, and I think that's what I shared with Kawan, because I was angry for a few years, right? Just angry, right? But what God did for me, right? He in turn took that anger and made me accountable, right? And that's what stopped me talking to myself or wanting to hurt people. And I'm not scared to go to prison, but I wanted to make sure that I didn't, how you say, step out of my character to the point where I gave them exactly what they wanted, which I told you he was going to act like that. I told you it didn't matter how long it took. I told you he was going to act like just where he came from. And I didn't do that. So I was able to breathe a little bit. Right? This was in 2013, right? So we're talking 6 years, what's this, 2021? So when I shared that with Kawan, who I hadn't seen in a long time, I came down here last year and I was in Atlanta, right? And I said, shoot, I saw her on Facebook. I said, shoot, I saw her sister in a little while. So I had my kids with me. So we drove over there for Juneteenth. Y'all gotta understand something. I grew up in Alaska. I'm not used to being around a lot of Black people. So that was an experience for me. That was a nice experience. So I mean, I do. I be looking like a tourist when I go places. I just be walking in circles like. And I enjoy it. It's different for me, right? I remember going to Las Vegas in '86. I lived in the projects. I've never lived in the projects in my life, right? So took some getting used to, right? But they always said, man, you talk funny. All I'm doing is completing the whole word. That's all I'm doing. That's what I was taught. Those guys, I don't say they didn't accept me, but it took a little while, But it was a nice experience. I was there for about 3 years. I was able to get out of there alive. I also, when I got to Las Vegas, see my history, yes, it's involved prison, drugs, alcohol, not alcohol, just drugs. But I was a 20-year-old dope fiend in Las Vegas. So then after 3 years, was able to get out of there without them killing me. And I came back to Alaska. Alaska has been I want to say a saving grace for me, but it was always a nice place to live, grow up. So going back, but the one thing I was not afraid of was going to prison in Alaska. But in Las Vegas, I was afraid, so I wouldn't do anything that committed me to
Smart.
But that didn't happen when I got to Alaska. I learned so much unnecessary stuff. But the purpose for what I do for today came out of the prison. Being a part of an organization. Because when I went to prison, I was young. I was a little foolish, right? But them guys, there were some older guys, they would always say, Kelvin, everything can't be that funny, man. You're in prison with the rest of us, why are you always smiling? I'm like, man, shoot, I'm still alive, man. Y'all need to understand, but I thought everything was a joke. Right? So they made me a part of an organization called BAC, Black Alaskan Culture Rescue. Just a bunch of brothers. Just trying to make sure the young guys don't, how you say, come back or continue the life of crime, whatever you want to call it. I got 5 armed robberies on my record too, y'all. I guess I was a little bad, I guess. But
No, there was a lot, baby.
You were all thinking, we were on the definitely a lot, man. We were last lot, but okay.
we have to minimize the damage. But them guys used to sit, they said, Kelvin, I want you to sit over there where Mr. Gerald sitting, but I don't want you to say too much. Right? And it made me the minister of communication. I couldn't write a letter to save my life, right? But I was sitting up there with other older guys. But they saw something in me, right, that I didn't see in myself. They knew I could teach them the skill set, right? So, but that triggered that I wanted to help people. So then I went to another prison, which was like medium security. And this guy came to me and said, Kelvin, we want to start this organization. Now, one thing Kelvin didn't have at that time was people skills. I couldn't talk to nobody. I just wanted to fight. So, but I couldn't tell the secretary, if you don't type this paper, I'm going to beat you up.
No.
But that's what I did. So, why did they be the president? I don't know. But I became the president. But all this leads up to what I ended up doing when I got out, right, was I wanted to run my own organization. I wanted to do my own thing. I didn't want to work for anybody. But when I got out on 03, I flipped burgers with the rest of them. They paid me 30, 40, 50 cents to wash dishes, pots, janitorial. So these people were going to pay me like $8, $9, $10 to do the same work. I was like, well, praise God. So the prison taught me how to work. So had no problem putting my hands to anything. But when I started my first organization, like I told you, hell broke loose. And then that's when the war started. But the organization continued. And all I gave up was clothes. I gave up clothes and I taught. And then I volunteered. Remember I told you I quit my job? I quit the job and I went and volunteered for a program called AmeriCorps.
Mm-hmm.
I went to AmeriCorps and I said, they're paying me a little stipend, $800 a month or something like that. So I did that. But in that, I became like this big deal, right? Because Alaska was just now starting to make an issue out of reentry. And they didn't. I went to a couple of meetings and all they did was talked about what they wanted to do. Like, we just want to talk about what we want to do for you. Right? And I was like, well, I don't want to come if y'all just going to talk about it. Because I'm a returning citizen. And I don't want to have the conversation if you're not going to actually help me. So by being somebody that was in the system, being able to conversate with these folks, right, they made me, they made me out to be a big deal, right? Because I came out of the system, right? And I was somebody that they had not seen before, right? So they put me in this company. It was Alaska Native company. They liked me so much. That lady opened the, I was going back into prisons through the front door that I couldn't have never got in. I'm sitting in rooms with the superintendent. Now these are people that was governing me 2 years ago, 2, 3 years ago, but they was listening. They was listening. I was like, praise God. Right? So, but like I say, my thing was I had to walk in humility. Right? I couldn't go in there like, whatever. I couldn't go in there with that attitude. So the humility that I had to develop, because I was being increased, but I knew who I was being increased for, right? Which was people just like myself. And that's what I said, I'm going to do what I love to do, and I'll never work another day in my life. Right? I have been so blessed in the last 10, 12, whatever years I've been doing this work. Financially, I did some other stuff to make it better for myself. But prison taught me how to manage money. Right? That little $106 I was making every month, Right? It took me 3 months to get a pair of shoes that cost $60 because I wasn't gonna spend all my money on a pair of shoes just so I could take some pictures. You know, to do all that nonsense, right? But it taught me how to save, right? You know, and these nonprofits, you're gonna have to make decisions that help you. Right? When people write grants, I'm gonna share this with you guys, right? It's the employee money. It's the, like for me, I do housing. I got a grant right now that pays me $48,000 a year. For lease money. Guess where the lease money goes? Remember that LLC she was just talking about? So I have a building. And I also have a holding company. So who pays who for that house? The nonprofit.
Nonprofit pays the LLC.
The nonprofit pays the LLC. So I make sure my money ain't going to nobody else but me. So I figured out how to keep the money.
If you own the building.
Yeah.
It does help if you own the building.
Yeah, you got to own the building, because then you're not paying somebody else.
It does help if you own the building, right? I have a government, right? And I'm just speeding the story along, right? Because I'm just letting y'all know I'm doing pretty good. Just a little bit. But I'm still doing the ministry, Gerald. Because that's how I got to where I'm at.
Right.
Because I had to do the mandate. The mandate was to reach back, go get them. I'll make sure you live all right, but I need you to do this first. So that housing I have, this apartment building I have, what do you call it? I have 7 apartments at the top. I have 4 commercial units. I have a thrift store. You know, I have a convenience store. Social enterprise is something y'all need to be real familiar with because you got to create them so you can have cups and you can have. I got a lawn care. I got a snow removal.
Y'all got lawns in Alaska? Let me stop. I'm messing with you.
I got a moving company. These are things that I need to function to do this nonprofit. I always go well and be like her when I grew up. Shoot, that lady doing so much. Shoot, I was like, oh my goodness. But that's what you have to do. You have to think outside the box, right? To get to where you're going. But you've got to operate in purpose. You got it. These nonprofits, like I said earlier, you're not going to get rich doing them. You have to figure out how to get that money to further. Right? Yeah, you know. And one of the things they got me for when they took my company, right? See, he's paying us, you know. See, they tried to say I was stealing the money. Guys, they gave a man out the penitentiary $2 million, right? I walked away from the closing table with 140 grand, 6 years out of prison. Right? And they gave it to the people that lost their house, you know, whatever. But when they came, they, oh, Kelvin, he's living too, whatever. We need to look at that. So they looked at it. Right? The one thing they tried to attack was my name. Right? He's been in prison. He's this, he's that, he's a thief, whatever. My name got cleared, but my board, that's the reason I'm here, to tell y'all what my board did to me. Right? But I gave them access. Okay. But they wanted what I had. Right? But because I did something my funder wanted me to do, I came off the board, became an employee. Right? Guess what employees can get done to them?
Get fired. They fired. No, I never.
Like I told you, I built that.
Oh, there's Jersey coming up.
But I built that
Yeah.
from the ground up.
That's right. Yes, you did. That's right.
And to go through, it was necessary for me to go through that
Yes.
to be where I'm at right now.
Amen.
Yes, Lord.
Would I rather it not have happened to me? Absolutely. But I learned one thing that I told Kawan. I said, next, right now, I'm a grassroots organization. I don't got to change a thing. Grassroots means I'm gonna sit in every seat. I'm not changing it, right? They came to me when I got to the new city. Guys, I had to leave the city that I was in. Everybody thought I ran. No, I had already been to the city a couple of months before that. This happened at the end of 13, but I came up to talk to some senators at a meeting where I live now. And I realized they ain't doing what I do. There's nothing here. So when I had to come back and deal with this other thing in January 14, I said, well, shoot, I felt sorry for myself for about 4 or 5 months. I sat on my butt crying, whatever. But then I realized if I just get up, shoot, okay, let me, well, these people say, Kelvin, they took my buildings, they took everything. I had a goal to make $100,000 out of the penitentiary. So I had it up to 78,000. Sister, I went to home, I was broke. They took all my money. I was homeless. They were gonna have me arrested if I didn't get out of my own building. I said, okay. That's when I started talking about burning the place down. I had to survive this. God, this was a significant event in my life.
Yes.
But it delivered me.
Yes.
It delivered me. God is so good. It's amazing. I mean, God, listen to me. He gave me a new organization.
Right.
It's now called No Limits. And there's a reason why it's called No Limits. Because that's what he has on us.
Yes.
It don't matter what they try to do to you.
Right.
You just gotta make it proof. Right? So remember, a lot of the times when things are rough, right? If we stop in the middle, that's when it starts to get, but it's a pass-through. He survived that. To be able to tell, I'm here to tell you guys, right, how not to allow your mission and your purpose and all that stuff to be affected by somebody else just because they want what you got. You can build it, but the person that gets done the most is the founders. The founders get done. Because once people realize, oh, this can go a different way, we get rid of it. So I taught her one thing out of my experience. Tell the person who runs the organization now, if you have to come off your board for any reason, make sure you're under contract. Make the contract while you're there. Make the contract while you're there. If anything happens to me, I'm here for 5 years. However you do the contract, then you present it to your board. You present it to your board. Yeah, that was the one thing I found out through the whole thing. If I was just put myself under contract, yeah, just to protect myself when I came off. See, I chose to come off. You're going to choose to come off. If your funder comes to you and they want to give you $1 million, but they say you got two, I need some separation here from the board to executive director or the president. Then you just got to do that. Right? But make sure they give you money first. But if that's a requirement, right, that's when that contract will come into play for you. Right? You got to protect yourself. What I got to go down there, protect yourself through the whole thing. Your passion, your purpose will always serve you. But you don't have to be stupid.
What would be a reason that the board would actually come and support you?
Well, I can tell you what the words they use with me. It's all about words. Yeah, they use words like mouthpieces. I don't even know what it means. Okay, word down. Yeah, but really, guys, the only thing that should have happened to Kelvin Lee and his company was they took my power. See, I had all the power, the bank accounts, everything. I gave them their reports. I did that, but they didn't know. No, I don't need you for that. I don't need. They told me put some other people here. I said I went to my church. I got a minister there. I went and got a minister at the police station. I went and did all this. I got some white people from downtown. I was willing to do whatever it took to continue what I was doing, right? To create the separation. from the board to the president. I was the president, CEO. I was executive. I was in all the seats. Every last one of them. You couldn't do nothing with this company without me. But that wasn't going to serve me moving forward to get more money. And my history was serving me so well. It didn't matter that I had $5. It didn't matter that I just got out of prison. How I developed myself for the last 10, 12 years overshadowed that. But I knew it was there. They knew it was there. But that's not how he carries himself. So we're going to give him a chance. Right now, there's an organization that I think they're still struggling to give me some of my money back. Which is all right. But those same conversations that people are having, they have not stopped me from having no money. I went to another city and got the same money. Same money. So, but what I also did was I took my money. I put down payments on stuff. I was willing to sow into my own. So sometimes you find to sow into your own. You know, ain't nobody gonna give you, you ain't gonna give it to yourself. You want to give it to yourself. Why are you asking me for money? So if you're willing to do that, then so I've had a hotel in Fairbanks. The lady didn't want to rent to me, so she wanted to take my idea and she ended up doing it herself. But she put me out. So in November of 1 year, I think I lost it in December. Oh no, it was November. I tried to be out by December 1st. So I was like, what am I gonna do? Oh, so and I saw Bill down the street. I went to the guy, he said, give me 50,000. I don't think I got that right. But I had 25. So he was able to he gave me 25. Said, okay, give me the rest, for later. That's that building I'm telling you about now that has the apartments at the top, the commercial units at the bottom, the storefronts as I think Kawan calls it. That's where the thrift store is. But all that happened in 6 to 7 days. He said, by the 4th, I had a new building. Now, by the grace of God, I was like, man, what am I going to do? I need more space. So I just have been going down the street. A lot of times, I think somebody said it today, if you don't ask, how do you know? How do you know they won't work with you? So, and there's a lot of older people in Alaska, in Fairbanks, that own a lot of stuff. So the building, I have 12 tracks. That all I did was I saw it online from Anchorage. Remember, I went to Fairbanks out of the necessity of doing something continuously. So when I found the building, I just asked. And then the rules were, Kelvin, we want 25,000 for this, and it's going to be 6% or whatever. So now I got 5 years to pay for this place. So now I got to get it up and running because it's closed. So I did all the paint. I did all the work. I should have asked for help. I had to get the apartments ready because the apartments were going to pay the lease. I had 60 days before my first payment. So I had to get the work. But that building had four rooms at the bottom. Now remember, when I left Anchorage, I took everything from the 10 years I was at the other organization. I had it in storage that they didn't know about. So I put it all on the U-Haul truck. So when I got to Fairbanks, I had everything, beds, dressers. But the one thing they couldn't take from me, never take from me in your organization is your knowledge. So I use my knowledge of how to start a program, how to do this, to be able to overcome what was happening to me. But I had everything. And I didn't know nobody in Fairbanks except that senator. I went to probation, did my little legwork. I got my first grant in Fairbanks from the city. It was $30,000. Then we just use it to pay somebody. No big deal. We just use it to pay somebody. But there's times you just gotta find out where the money's at. Right? Are we a little open up there? Yes. Right? Is it a little bit simpler? I'm from the small town. Anchorage is where I grew up, right? Which is a bigger city, about 300 miles away. They fighting over pennies up there, right? You know, so I had trouble getting into the continual care. And you guys have one here too. Continual care, anybody here? Continual care. You know, I went to the meeting for almost 2 years. Didn't know they was talking about money. Nobody said nothing. He's sitting there, but they was all talking over here. Somebody had to pull me to the side and say, Kelvin, they're talking about money, man. That you could actually apply for. I don't know how it is. You know, like I said, I grew up with a lot of white people, so some of them help you, some of them don't. But the Black folks in Alaska don't do that. I don't know how it is, but they just don't. You know,
Extend that.
I mean, Gwen told me everything that I give people, like my processes and all that, Kelvin, you don't have to give it for free, right? You know, you should put it in some books and put it in, because I have all that stuff. I will tell you how to start the whole program. And give you the paperwork. It doesn't matter. I want to see you prosper. You know, and I hope that's the attitude that we all have. We're going to help somebody with what we're going through or what I don't care how much success I'm having, right? It doesn't matter if I'm not helping anybody. It just doesn't matter. So the pleasure for me to come here and be able to just share my, you know, I hope I covered all the stuff I wanted to cover. Yeah. Yeah. Praise God. Yeah. I just want to make sure I do. But like I said, I came to share myself, right? Yeah. You know, my experience, not the torture or the, what did I say? Not the horror of losing my business, because that was a gift. God, let me tell you something. I didn't own none of that stuff in English. They gave me the money, but I had to do the same thing for 20 years for that building to become mine. That's a covenant that you're gonna have with the city or whoever gave you the money. Guess what they did for me? You gotta learn to take care of yourself. So, bought the building. Took me 5 years to own it myself. No problem. Thanks for the old lady. She died, I think, but thank you for giving me an opportunity to own this building. So now I have what you call collateral. Okay? So now I can go get some more money. Right? I'm gonna do the same thing with the other building. Right? I'm gonna make it mine. I got 8 years to pay for it. I just asked, hey, you willing to work with me? Kelvin, you got 8 years to get my money. Okay. See you in 8 years. But it allows me, right? Like my friend gonna clean up my mess for me, right? Because it's gonna cost me money. Just a small, no big deal. When you have a situation, right, that like what she did today was got y'all around professionals. Professionals. I tried to do it in the beginning. I was sitting in every seat. I was the treasurer. I put somebody in the seat, but I watch my own money. But I mess around, like I was telling my new friend over there. Right? I messed around and got married again.
Same person.
That didn't quite work out for me. Right? It served me pretty good, but she was also the bookkeeper.
Oh, that was the third.
One thing I didn't tell you guys.
Yeah, now we get the whole story.
That was the third. The wife always.
Yeah. So now I can't get the password to the.
Oh, I got you. I'm sorry.
So it's a little rough for me right now. But I had to keep moving. Right? I got some tax, what do you call? Liabilities, right? I'll take care of it. But I'm not, I did something, me and the young lady was talking. I took my eye off the ball because I trusted my partner. Like I can say, all relationships, they go the way what you sow into them. Right? So whatever I didn't do, whatever it is what it is, right? But you hope that things would just be right, right? When two people can't agree, that's what we're gonna do, right? It's a business relationship. I think everything's a relationship. Like today has been great, right? See, nobody knew until I told you guys what has been going on with my nonprofit, my for-profit. She took care of everything, guys, everything. Right? I just now in the last 2 years have figured out where my money was. Right? but now I know I took the wheel back. But now there's things I just don't know how to do. Right? I can count. But when it comes to what the young lady was talking about earlier, having somebody who knows, right, that can share in your knowledge building, right, online or QuickBooks. I don't know how to do nothing with QuickBooks. Let me see, can I even turn the thing on? Maybe. I think it's password protected, but just knowing that there's hope. See, I got hope when I came here. Right? A little nervous about, speaking, but hope from the things that I've heard today. I don't have a lawyer. Should have been had one. I will. I got $2, so I can get me a lawyer with what do you call it, retainer? I can do that. Right? That's 25. So yeah, I said I can do that. That's mandatory now. It's mandatory that I get this thing straight because the nice people sending me these certified letters. So if I leave you guys with anything, if I can answer any questions, if I could be of any service to you, it's just, like you say, just keep winning, right? But win doing your purpose. Right? If you're doing something and you gotta do this when you're tired, you gotta do it when you ain't making no money at it. What I'm doing, they told me, Kelvin, if you want to come, remember that volunteer situation I was telling you about? Mm-hmm. Remember I was making 60 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents? They said, we're gonna pay you almost $40,000 to go talk to prisoners. I said, well, praise the Lord. I did it for free. That's right. You gotta do this for free. Right. And then you'll be like that sister over there with all them hats and hat around. I don't know what I want to be today, but you gotta start doing what's in here, right? And allow God to add to it. Yeah. Right? That's why I said if you start this nonprofit with nothing in here, right? But just somebody told you go ahead and do it, and you're gonna make money. Yeah. That's not how it's gonna work. So if you got a skill set, right? That'll help you along the way. But remember I told you I kept a job. That nonprofit, I got my first grant, I think it was $208,000. You couldn't tell me that. But guess what I did? I went and got the grant agreement signed at my job upstairs. Guess what they did? They called downstairs and Kelvin got. I said, oh my God. Guess what I got?
Bye.
Oh. No. They gave me a clap. They gave me everything. It was a good part. Yeah, it is. You would have smiled on that face.
Oh, wow.
Guys,
But did you get to keep the money?
Oh, I already had the money.
Yeah.
I actually was turning that paper that I should have went to the bank. They got it notarized. I decided to go upstairs.
Yeah.
Let them notarize it.
Yeah.
But all she did was call downstairs and told me what I had. I didn't say that.
Wow.
I was gonna keep my job.
Yeah, keep that money.
And my little 30,000, work that nonprofit till it began to serve me, right?
Right.
But because that took place, what me and my first wife did was I stayed the board president. She became the executive director. So the 40,000 that was attached to the grant still came into our house. So that's how we was able to live for, and like I said, she had a bachelor's degree. So we weren't doing that bad anyway, right? But guys, ladies, I'm just telling you guys, keep doing what you're doing. Know why you're doing it. Know that if it's purposeful, he's gonna make provision. You'll get grant money, your application will get moved to the top, because that's what your prayers are gonna be. But hey, look, I know mine might not. I'm gonna tell y'all a story. The lady at the last Dustin told me, Kelvin, no matter what the deadline is, I don't care if you finish the darn thing, right? You turn it in anyway. If they want to give you some money, they're gonna call you on the telephone. Say, look, you forgot the. I was in New Mexico, put in for a grant. I don't know, we missed something. But they still called us on the telephone. I said, yeah, we just need a little clarification.
Yeah.
Shoot, I got that money. It's like $145,000. And we didn't miss that one. They just wanted some clarity, in an area. Right? But she taught me that. Turn that thing in, man. One time I put the grant in, right? And I was pressuring my guys to push it, right? And if you didn't hit the button at the 5 o'clock, you couldn't do it. But we was having trouble hitting the button. So we got the guy on the phone, right? Now, they don't never do this. The time ran out. He put 10 minutes back on the clock. Wow. You got 10 minutes to turn this thing in.
Because they had already discussed your organization at that point. They had already made the decision. The scripture, your gift will make room for you. Yes. Is what you need to stand on. This is counseling isn't what I went to school for. Okay. Wow. I'm a licensed physical therapist. Okay. Who runs a counseling business because my gift was what I give to others.
Yes.
And I'm a teacher by nature. I instruct by nature. I give information by nature. Yes, I do that as a physical therapist, but that wasn't where I was supposed to be. And so in 3 years, God redirected me, put me in the school system, pulled me out of the school system, and I became an entrepreneur. Wow. Nobody in my family was an entrepreneur. So I didn't have an instruction manual. I didn't know where, and the first thing I did was a nonprofit.
Your gift will make room for you.
Yeah.
That's all we have to remember. Small scriptures that you have that attach themselves to your life, right? Those are the ones that's gonna get you through. They come after you, right? When they come say, "Oh, Gerald, we're gonna probably have to let you go, man." Gerald ain't did nothing but, operate in his gift, right? And the light around him, right, has caused others to. We gotta put a lampshade on that thing, right? Because he gonna mess around and change everything in here. Yeah. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing, right? You're gonna shine a light on whatever area, right, that he's called you, young ladies, right? That's a big deal, right? Everybody has a purpose. That's a big deal, right? So I encourage you guys to continue, right? Get all the knowledge. Listen to me. I don't care. Don't never stop listening. That's what happens to us when we learn a little bit. And then God required my stuff. That's what got me through. He told me, I told you to fix the marriage in your life when it was just you and me. But because you did, I made your stuff public. Everybody thought I was a thief. They still think. Because of the 5 armed robbers, they judged me, my history. Remember, not my past. I had to believe that first. So I don't have. You're not gonna make me live down, man, because you call me what you will, but you might want to call me blessed. Hey. That's what you need.
I know that. For you. Before you leave, question for you.
Question.
I'm sorry.
Question for you.
How did you get the housing? Like, if we want to get housing or transitional home or
Yeah.
things of that nature.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I took the approach that I was gonna have to go take on the debt or take on the cost. Remember, I told you the rent was, when my ex-wife had it, it was $150, but she was on the system, right? Or whatever. So I took them first few months and, put on there just to try to get it generated. I think I charged $500 a day, I think, right? I put 6 beds in there, but then it went up to $1,500. So I still kept it, even though I was taking my work money, still take care of my house. But that's how I got the first one. Right? And then I got the grants, and that moved me into a duplex where I gutted the garage or whatever, put 8 beds in there. I was doing beds, right?
Yeah.
But I also went to Texas. I went to Long Beach, California. My application today, almost 20 years later, came from a lady in North Carolina. I put on that paperwork, you're not a renter, you're not a lodger, you don't even have them kind of rights yet, right?
Okay.
You have what you call is a guest fee. Guest fee says I can put you out anytime I feel like, right? If you violate as part of the rule, it's violence, I'm like violence.
Right.
So, but in those houses, the duplex, then I went to the next, I took that same grant. Remember I told you, sometimes you just gotta go into stuff. The next opportunity with the housing, the bill was $10,000. I had 3,200, but I had 19 rooms. So that I'm gonna charge $550 for. So I know the money's coming, but I don't have it right now. So what the lady did, favor, she said, Kelvin, for the first year, 2 years, I'm gonna charge you $8,000. So now I gotta come up with $5,000. So I figure I'll be all right. But sometimes it's not. You gotta get the thing going. Get your food. What's in your rent house?
Yeah, rent house. Okay.
You got three beds.
Kelvin, can you
You
turn?
put a bed in each, one of them. Excuse me. You put a bed in each one of them.
Yes.
And you charge $5 months. Let's say $5 months. Then count the cost.
Right.
Figure it out. You might have somebody talk about, but it's what you're supposed to be doing, right? You don't bring it all into the other ways. I get money from everywhere today, right? From things that I'm doing right now, but the rents and the guest fees, they take care of it. I don't work.
Right, right.
So, but that's how you do it. You get into agreements. You find somebody, you might do somebody in the neighborhood, they have a house, I need to lease this house. You know, you go into a lease or get some kind of agreement, but just get it started and see where it goes from there. Right? And then you can start looking for other money. Right? You know, like HUD, I think I get budget. About 49,000. It's not a lot of money, but the fact that I'm with it,
Right.
I'm like, praise the Lord. It took me a long time to get with us, right? So now I can go after other avenues that they have. They got Stanford. Anybody familiar with Stanford? They do a lot of work with kids. Stanford's a national, a federal.
You said who?
Stanford.
Stem stuff.
Stanford.
That's the stuff.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get any of that one?
I haven't as of yet, not here. I have it in Texas.
Okay, yeah. Not bad if you can get in. Now they have in Alaska. They get 4, 5 million.
Yeah, because
Every time they look up, they doing so much, right? And somebody said today, you need to get with somebody else who already getting the land, right? And get them to.
Right, you in there.
Yeah, I had a meeting last night while I was at the football game. I'm pretty sure they listen to the football game too. But one thing they said last night was that they use my company. They say, because it's a bunch of organizations right now. But she's going after the money. Well, Kelvin, I can't touch this part of it. So I need you to come in with me, right?
Right.
So
You have the house piece, you have the substance piece, you have the this, you have that. We make a very good application.
and then y'all can pay her to do those.
That's also how you get around being a new organization. One of the things that I do, and I tell other people, is to find an organization that you line up with that's already been in existence for a period of time. And find a grant that you can do together. That gives you your numbers, but you will get a larger amount of money because there are organizations that fund new, but there are not a lot of them.
One of the grants that we got to go along with the saying is you had to be a developer for 3 years. Right? See, one thing I didn't realize is that I was a developer of housing. Right? So I said, shoot, I better go find somebody that can be the developer and I can be the case management or something else. Then I realized, Kelvin, we've been doing this for 5 years. The man that was going to give us the money told me that. He said, Kelvin, now I learned from not doing it. He said, why you didn't ask for the developer money? I said, I didn't know I could. But he said, you are a developer of housing. So right now, if I need 3 years, I don't have to go through it. But if I need the 3 years, then you have to have 3 years of case management, 3 years of some employment, teaching employment. So I got somebody else to come in and do that. But mind you, that's all in this room right here. Huh?
Question
So-
for you.
There's a question online. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I can't hear too well, so please excuse me if I interrupted. It's a little difficult to hear. I heard you, I have a question on 2 things that I heard you say, but I couldn't hear you clearly. One of them was, put myself under contract to protect myself. And I would like you to elaborate on that because I couldn't hear clearly what you meant by that. And then the second thing was, you said, for the needs to fuel the nonprofit, I think I heard you say you created the companies to meet those needs, then paid the companies with the funding from the nonprofits. I think I heard you say that, and if you could elaborate on that too. Again, I'm sorry, it was just a little challenging to hear. Okay. I try to use context clues to figure out the rest.
So, I apologize for that, because I've been talking with my back turned. But what I said about the contract, that's to protect you, right? If you decide, or a funder helps you decide that we want to work with you, but there's no separation of duties from you, the executive director, the president, to the board, because you're in all the seats, right? You would have to come off of your board. But if you decide to do that, you want to get you a contract with the board, right? Preferably while you're still on it, so they'll all agree. They're going to agree because you're still the president, but you're going to show the folks that you're going to step off, right? So that means you're going to become an employee, right? So if you don't protect yourself by putting yourself into a contract, right? It's like, what do they call them? Employment contracts? Employment contract. You write it up yourself. And you let the board check it out, right? And then you sign it and you come off the board. Then make whoever you want to be your board president, preferably somebody who ain't gonna do you, right? I'm just saying, you gotta. I mean, I didn't expect it from me, but it got done to me. But I gave them access, but I still had to own that, right? That I could have protected myself, but I was unaware of what I'm sharing with you now. But out of my experience comes this.
So you were on the board when you created the nonprofit, yet while on the board, within a number of years while on the nonprofit board, you now created an employee contract that by said date, you will remove yourself as a board member, but then you will become an employee by said date.
That's what girl, I wish I would have did it. But I didn't know about it until after I lost my company. Right? So
okay, so that's what you're saying. You suggest that once I form the board, that I create within like a certain term. So I start the board and I say, okay, here's our board. Okay, board, within the next 5 years or within the next 3 years, I will no longer hold my position as such and such. I will become an employee of the organization.
Well, I'm going to say how you word it is going to be up to you, right?
Right.
But you want to make sure that if that's something that you're going to do, that they're aware of it, and that you're still in charge when you do it, right? You still got to be in charge when you do it. So if you put it in play. If you want to do it 5 years from now, that's cool too. But under the contingent that I need to, because you might not have to.
So that's the part that I don't understand. If I am the founder, I'm the executive of the actual nonprofit, why would I remove my position to now take a lesser position where my board could vote me off altogether and even remove me as an employee? Now, I did understand the element of I might be too close to the money. I might be too close and filling too many roles, but I'm assuming, so that part I get. So that's the part where I don't understand. Why wouldn't I want to keep a position on the board, yet still get a salary? Because I'm understanding that although we are on the board, if we are serving certain functions, we're still supposed to get some kind of wage that's functional.
No, you cannot. No.
You don't want to get arrested.
You cannot get that salary unless you are an employee. If you are the president of that board, you can't get the salary unless you move into the executive director spot. So you have to choose. And if you have to choose between the two, then you decide that you want to take a salary. Because salary is different from your expenses, say, being paid from, the organization. So if you want a salary from the organization for the work that you're doing as the executive director of the organization, then you need to be the executive director. You cannot be the president.
And that puts you as an employee. So that's why you want to protect yourself. If you come off to be an employee, employees can be fired. And if you put a contract in place for yourself, then you're better protected, right? So that'll allow you to continue to do what you're doing. You're still in charge of the direction, let me make sure I say this right. You still have to provide the board with what you want to do, right? So if they already know what you want to do, they're going to support that. And your board has to be folks. If you got 5 people on your board and 3 of them ain't with you, you would have lost that position anyway, right? Because they would have got rid of you, because it only takes 3 votes, 3 of the 5.
And that also depends on what you say in your bylaws.
Well, that helps.
So if your bylaws say that, I know the ones that I have given to folks say, basically, as the founder, you can only be removed if it's something criminal, so and so. You can choose to step down, but you cannot be removed as founder of this organization, because it's, and president, unless you are convicted of a crime or, I think it was sexual assault, something, but it's very specific.
Yeah, if you're creating them, right?
Right, because you're creating your own bylaw.
Right.
So I
And
can be
also
a
the bylaws have in the bylaws that the board does not get compensated. So if you are part of your board, you cannot get compensation. If your bylaws clearly state that as a board member, you will not be compensated. So that's why you make yourself the executive director, because then you open yourself up for compensation.
Got it. So I can remain the founder of the organization, and according to my bylaws, make sure that it's written in there that the board can never remove me from being a founder, but then I can have it set up so that I can be the executive director of the organization.
That first part, right? that first part, I mean, you might be able to say that, but I think Kawan's going to help you, right? So she's going to kind of give you some little wording that'll help you, right? With that, so that way you don't get yourself in no trouble, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we don't want no trouble. We don't want no trouble.
We're going to give you some words to help you with that contract, but that contract strictly protects you. And I think, what was the second part of your question?
Okay, so the second question was, I thought I heard you say, for the needs, the fuels of the nonprofit, you created the companies to meet those needs and then pay the companies with the funding from the nonprofit. So for instance, I couldn't hear you clearly, but for instance, if your company was taking care of children, and then in the shelter, you needed someone to do flooring. So then you open up a flooring company, so that when you got the funding for the flooring, then your flooring company was your company, so you still paid your company for the flooring. I mean, did I hear you correctly when you said that? I was trying to grab you.
I'm going to say yeah, but I'm going to say this. What I did was I have a holding company because I didn't want to get sued and lose my properties, right? So I took all my property and put it under the holding company. And what I did with 4 rooms in my building is it's under the nonprofit. So the nonprofit now pays the lease money to the nonprofit, which is pays the least money to the holding company, right? I have a partner, you know what I'm saying, who name comes before mine. So that way, you know what I'm saying, I'm not like 20% owner in the company, right? But really it's my company. So I'm just giving you a little something.
The thing of it is, you need to be able to find practices that will protect
I'm sorry,
yourself.
say it again, Kawan, say it one more time.
You have to find practices that are going to protect you as the owner, okay? If you are working as far as an LLC or a founder of a nonprofit. So whatever we need to do to protect yourself. And a lot of this stuff may not necessarily apply to a lot of you in the room or on the Zoom, because we're not working with that many commas and zeros.
Right. Right now.
Okay?
Right now.
Right now.
Yes.
So that's why this is such ground level, so that you will know things that you need to be putting in place, because when that first grant comes through that has some commas and zeros in it, if you do not have things established properly, you're gonna screw up.
And you want to stretch yourself. So I think what Kawan did for you guys today is she showed you from every spectrum, down here, here.
Right.
And then if you get to a level where you got to handle all them zeros, because it takes too much is given, much is required, right? So, you know, you can lose by not managing your money well, you can lose by having the wrong people. So there's many ways that this thing can go to the left for you. But if you just keep doing what you're doing, later you guys will be fine.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Listen, please, honest feedback on your evaluation as best you can. If you're on the Zoom, evaluation will be emailed to you. If you can send it back, or if you want to just shoot me an email, that's fine. Love to hear your thoughts and whatever for the day. How you thought about not only the presenters, but I guess all the other stuff. Any questions that you might have for any of the presenters, please email them to me. Email them to me, coachk@j2pglobalinstitute.com. Okay. And I will pass them on. Michelle will be, thank you. Michelle will be sending out your resource list for the presenters. I have another document that I'm going to be emailing to everyone. It's about insurance and different types of insurance. My insurance guy put it together for me. I even think I have something. We talked about events earlier. I have one of our reports from an event that we did, so that you can see what that's like with event insurance. When you're doing events, you need to have that, especially if they're outdoor. If you're doing outdoor events, especially, because somebody liable to trip, you know, somewhere or something.
Don't be me.
You know, and it depends on what venue you're using. It may be required. I had a nonprofit who also had an event today, so they weren't able to be here. But she reached out to me about event insurance. She was having a hard time finding a company that would carry it. So if you have any specific nonprofit questions that you did not get answered and you want to shoot email with that, that's also okay. However, just let me know. I will get the answers as best I can. Anything else? We're gonna do this again. I know we're gonna do this again. I'm thinking once a quarter. So something like that, every 3 months or so.
The one that you're having in January is going to be the same.
No, we say thank you. Okay, no.
But it's going to be another one of this.
No, not exactly. It's gonna be different. It'll still be nonprofit leadership. I'm just saying umbrella of nonprofit leadership. These are different specific things that you need to know. We may have less speakers and we'll be able to specialize and focus on just boards. But we'll break it out. Okay.
Okay, shut this down. We good? Okay. All right, everyone. Thank y'all. Oh, Gerald. Okay, Gerald, what's your question? I just saw that. Gerald, do you still have a question? Okay, I missed it. I'm sorry. All right, guys. Y'all have a good one. Thank y'all for joining tonight.